Hello YouTube, what's up? Today I'm gonna make some state machines, or a state machine. Kind of a state machine that's like layered in a way. Why? Because I am making an RPG game that's going to need some menus. Two specific kind of menus. A like standard options, continue, exit menu, and like a more immersive in-game menu, like where you do like fast travel and whatever else. Hey, what's up, Tara? This is a live stream, by the way, but I'm gonna start out just trying to put this state machine together. I'm gonna look at some of my old whatchacallsums scripts in my past games, and look, here's the thing. There's a lot of different ways to do state machines in Godot. I see people using nodes. That's a really popular one. Wow, that song came in with some power. I'm going to use code. I find that it's really flexible and it's a nice way to build on and extract to future projects. So I'm gonna keep working on that. You can see what it's like and it'll be kind of interesting maybe. Stick around. Leave a comment. Let me know how you like to build your state machines. Oh, by the way, I host a game jam. I host kind of like a game jam. And it's going on right now. There's only 9 days left. We're making games like Minecraft Classic, mind you. Every other month, we host and do this jam. So if you missed this one, you can always get the next one. It's normally a month long, okay? But right now, it's kind of ending soon, so you might, hey, maybe you can make Minecraft in a week. What do I know about you? So check that out. You can follow up on Discord if you want to keep in the loop about future game jams. We got a nice community over there, people talking about their own jam projects, and it's a nice place. So come over to the Discord, stay abreast of what we're doing here, and let's make a state machine. What's up, Pawn X Pawn? Welcome. Hello, Tara. That's okay. I'm glad you're here now. All right, so here's how this works. I'm going to do these cycles, okay? I'm going to do 80 minutes of dev, and then I'm going to take a 30-minute break. And then we're just going to go back and forth between that a few times. So I'll probably be like kind of half chatting during this 80-minute portion. So let's do, take a lap. All right, I'll take a lap first, and then we'll do it. First the lap. You're like, you're not starting anything. Hey, what's up, Max? Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, because it seems like every game... Okay, chill music, chill. It seems like every little game that I make, I need a state machine, right? And so I end up improving it a little each time, or at least tweaking it, so that way it is more suitable for being expanded later. So we'll see how this goes. I love them. They're so useful. What's up, Anjack? And remember, so what is like a state machine? A state machine is basically just a way, so think about a Boolean, okay? Boolean, true or false. Either, you know, you're in the menu or you aren't. You're in the menu, it's true. You're not in the menu, it's false. Well, there's a lot of other things to think about. What about, are you currently playing the game? You know what I mean? Are you currently playing the game? There you got a true or false for that. So you need to make sure, okay, if playing the game is false, or if playing the game is true, and being in the menu is false, okay, well now we can let the menu open up. Well, what about if you're in like a dialogue cutscene? Now you need a true or false for that. What about if you're in the pause menu versus the main menu? What about if you're in, you know what I'm saying? So it starts to become a lot of Booleans, a lot of trues, a lot of falses, and it can just get a bit much. So that's where state machines come in handy. You're basically managing a bunch of true or false statements, except they're dependent on each other. It's things that you only want one of them to be true at a time, right? I want the pause menu to be true, but not the gameplay. I want the main menu to be true, but not the pause menu. So if you have all of those states in one list where only one can be true, it's super convenient and you never have to worry about managing all those Booleans. that is essentially an example of a state machine. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to just review. I think this is probably the one I want to base it on. So this is a game I was working on where you would like, it's like a cozy game where you post on social media, but you're not really posting on social media. Anyway, so there's these different states. We're in the gameplay. Now we're paused, right? If we are here, we're in the main menu. That's a different state. And then there's a gameplay state. There's other states too. So for example, there's different mid-gameplay states. So if I start like a battle, now that's another state. So a bunch of little states mixed in together here. So I had this particular system. Thanks for the hydrate, Tara. Appreciate you. Cheers. By the way, if it seems like I'm ignoring chat, I am. But I'll be chatting more in the next 76 minutes. So the way that particular thing is set up is I have this like approval thing where either, so I like, okay, let me just show you. Actually, let's start here. This is going to be me discovering how I set it up and figuring out how to adapt it to my new one. That's what is going to be, a discovery process. So I have this enum right here. This is that list I was talking about of different booleans, if you will. Hey, what's up, Drip? Welcome. So there's pre-game, we pre-gaming, which I guess I'm thinking of as before the main menu, like loading in. I have a none state. I often like to just have like a null state to use around in the code. And then choose platform is essentially my main menu in that game, where you would choose like Catstagram or whatever. And then gameplay, that's when we're in the actual gameplay. Now, you'll notice there isn't for the different gameplays I showed. That's because that's another state machine. That's like a nested state machine that's somewhere else. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Then there's the pause menu. Oh, there's another menu after you beat the game too. And that's the thing. Okay, so how do we actually change between those states? Well, as soon as the game starts, oh, let me tell you one more thing. There's a variable. So I have a variable that represents which one of those is currently true. Okay, so when the game starts, I make sure that pre-game is true. So as soon as it starts loading in, pre-game gets set to the main state. So this variable right here is equivalent to states.pregame. Okay, so enum variable, and then we set it. Now, how do I like to set it? I could, if I wanted, just take that variable state and have it equal states.pregame. That would work. But I don't like this because then I rob myself of the opportunity to customize uniformly what happens when a state change occurs. So that's why I like to run it through a function, and that is this change state function. So it always has to go through here. Whenever there's a state change, it has to pass through this function first. In this particular setup, and you won't always need this, but in this setup, I wanted a proposal approval kind of system. So not every state would theoretically get approved. I'm not sure if there's actually rejecting in this particular example, but maybe. So the way that goes is we take in the state that we're proposing. In this first case, that's pregame. Then there's a variable last state that gets set. Sometimes I'll even keep this as like a member variable, a full, I was gonna say class, but a full member like on the script variable. But here I just have it inside of the function. And I set that to the state that is currently active. So, which is nothing. It's actually null right now, but that's what becomes the last state. I could set it to none. That would probably be a good thing if that was none, actually. Could do that too. States.none. Probably wouldn't break anything. I would prefer that. I would prefer that myself. Let's see if that broke anything. It broke nothing! Because then I can do things like, you know, if it's the none state, then I know that this ready hasn't occurred yet. So that can be useful. Okay, so we assign the last state to whatever it's currently set to, and then we begin to set up whether or not it's going to be a successful change. We're going to assume that it's not successful. I also most usefully like to do my logging, so like a bit of like a debug thing. Whenever the change state happens, I can track exactly what's going on. So down here in my output log, you'll see that I now print that we've proposed changing from none to pregame, and it was approved. We changed from none to pregame. So there's lots of ways to do this. I actually have an on-screen system for the game that I'm working on today, my RPG game. I have an on-screen notification system that I have set up for the player movement based on a state machine. So I'll show you that. So if I enter sprint, hopefully it's kind of small, you can see that. Let's see, let me make this a little bit bigger. But it's the same idea. So it's way down here, can you see it? Oh, it's got covered up. There it is, right there. So whenever I change states, it actually lights up a little bit red and lets us know that that change is happening here. I'll even keep it up there so we can really see it. Okay, so it's like we're jumping, we're flying. It knows every state that we're in. That's the exact same thing. It's got that function, and right when it hits that moment, instead of printing it out, it puts it up on the screen. So that's another reason I really love this system, is it lets me do all of these things no matter what's happening whenever we're changing states. Okay, so that's not like super functionality. It's just nice to have. So then I run a match statement. And what I match is the proposed state with the different possible states. Now I could have in each of these, and I've done this before, but I decided I didn't like that. I could have in each of these match statements all of the code that happens when that proposal goes through. But instead, I push it to another function. So I kind of frame it like a signal on pregame state. So that's only if change is successful, and it returns if the change is successful. So we handle all of that successful changing in that function. Again, this is just the system that I've developed. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm saying that it's really working well for me, and it'll probably evolve maybe even a little bit today by the end of the stream. I'll take it to another level. We'll find out. So yeah, these match statements, if you don't know about match statements, in other languages they call them switch statements. What we're saying is whatever proposed state currently is, okay, when we call change state, in this first case, pregame is a proposed state, it's going to check based on the possibilities that proposed state could be, which we know it'll either be states.pregame, states.chooseplatform, states.gameplay, states.pause. You see we got some stuff going on. States.posting, states.posted. Whichever one it hits, it will go through different conditions to determine if that change is going to be successful. So on pregame state, it carries with it the last state. So interestingly, it does check if the last state was none. If the last state is set to none, return true, so it's successful. So it immediately says, yes, you can do pregame if the game hadn't started because we're in the none state. Then it just auto-approves it. Evidently, if the last state wasn't none, so let's say we're in the middle of gameplay, right? So I press restart game and it reloads the whole project. It's not going to see none as the last state. So when it goes to approve it, it now runs this line. So it's not just approving things, it's also doing stuff, assuming that everything is okay. So in this case, it's going to reset the game, which does a bunch of stuff like make sure the score is not being persisted across runs and different things like that. And then it returns true and says, yes, this is approved. So that's sort of like the basics. And then the state will be updated and the state will be changed. And it will print once it gets through the match statement, right? So it went change state, then it called the function, which proposed the state, set the last state, established change successful as false, printed the message, matched the proposed state to pregame, is setting change successful whatever the pregame state function says, which is almost certainly going to say true, and then after that it goes to this line right here where it prints whether it was denied or if it was successful. So basically we interrupt the function, right? So if the change wasn't successful, that is to say, if change successful is false, it'll print the message and it'll return. And when we say return, that just ends the function. So we're not going to continue the code going down here. That's just it. Like, the function ends. However, if it wasn't false, we'll keep going and we'll move right on down here and the proposal will have succeeded and the state will get updated to the proposed state. So there's all of that happened. Now, again, I could have just done states equals states not pregame, right? But instead, or whatever it is, state, sorry. I could have just done that, but I would have denied myself the opportunity of being able to set up the debug, of being able to approve it or not approve it, and of running code depending on the circumstance. So this is why the system has been so useful to me, is I've just had all these really nice ways to be able to expand it and make it more useful. So that's not all, though. That's not all! We also have this post-success callbacks. This is, I kind of forgot about what this does. You can do that! So if we get down that far and we're in this state, it's going to do something else. I don't even know what that is! We're not gonna worry about that right now. But let's look at this situation. What the heck's going on in here? What is this about? So a nice thing about match statements is you can do this when thing. And what this when thing is essentially saying is here's an additional condition. Okay, so if we're proposing that we switch to the pause state when the last state is currently pause, well, immediately I know we want to go to gameplay because you're in the pause menu. We don't want to be in the pause menu. We press pause again. We want to go to gameplay. Now, it doesn't auto-approve it. Instead, it asks for another proposal, which is gameplay, which then is going to go through that process and it's going to have its own check. So, it gets a little folding in on itself. Let's see what that's like. I'm going to go to the output here. So the game state, game proposal, gameplay to pause, and game state changed from gameplay to pause. Now if I hit pause again, we can see what happens here. Proposed gameplay to pause, changed from gameplay to pause. Then I proposed pause to pause, which hit that match when, and then it proposed again, how about pause to gameplay then? And it approved pause to gameplay. It then is going to see that pause to pause was denied. After all, doesn't really make sense to pause if you're already paused. So you get this kind of layering going on, which, I'm not saying you should set it up this way. I'm really just showing you what is possible when you use code this way to build state machines. At least that's the way I've used it. I've got other whens here, if we're pressing pause during gameplay, if we're pressing pause during this other state, and then different things happen. And then on this on pause state, we call all kinds of different stuff depending on the situation. So I even pass in proposed and last state. Now you'll notice I don't have a lot of false returns here. I kind of just let it go through if it's going to be denied. But we do some other checks. We see if it's a debug pause, it should show things a little differently. So yeah, so that's kind of the basic bones of how I set this up. I'm very curious about this post-success callback. Change states not pause. What happens if it was posting anyway? It's a successful change, nothing happens, and then it does this. I don't know why I set it up that way. I'm sure you have a good reason. All right, so let me adapt this. I'm gonna make this from scratch now and put it in my other project, and we'll see how it goes. Now in this one, I tend to have 2 different pause menus. A menu that brings up continue, exit. I've never quite done this before. And then another menu that allows us to go to what I want to be an immersive in-game menu. So again, you'll be checking your inventory and doing fast travel. But I want it to be immersive, like you walk to the different options. I don't know, we'll see how that goes. Doesn't really matter, but it's different. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to my manager's scene, which just has a bunch of nodes that sit in scene and do stuff. And I'm gonna make one for my gameplay. I usually call it manage game. I don't know, I just do. So let's call it manage game. And then we're gonna attach a script. I'm gonna put it in the scripts folder. Just call it manage game, sounds good. And now, let's do it. I'm gonna give it a class name, manage game. I might wanna do a static reference to it. I almost certainly will. I like using static references, basically turning it into a singleton, although, you know, I'm experimenting with different ways of referring around my project, but I'm sure I'll do that here. Not the only way to refer to things, you gotta think about timing. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is gonna extend just a node. Again, you don't have to do this. I've found it really useful, and I'm experimenting with relying on it less, not because it's bad, but just to have a variety of ways. But what I like to do is just make the whole thing static. Now you can do static functions as well. I'm gonna try not, you know what, I'm gonna not do it, but I'll just tell you about it because I think it's a cool trick. I'm trying to experiment with not doing it. Just to broaden. I don't like to do the same thing too often. But the way I would normally do it is I just make this kind of generic reference here, set it to the type that the script is. So we'll call it manage game, and then I will initialize, use this built-in init function that runs before the scene tree gets loaded in. We're going to make sure that that ref gets set to self. So what this essentially does is it lets me go to any other scene or script in the game, script or scene, and I can now pull up manage game.ref, and then I'll be able to get to any function or variable on this script. So if I have function hello there, okay. Now, when I go to that other script, it should show up. I just gotta make sure we're on the latest version. Save. Propagate yourself. Sometimes it doesn't propagate right away. Dialogue. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try this again. Manage game dot ref dot hello there. I don't know why hello there isn't showing up. Oh. Okay. I'm genuinely not sure why that's complaining at me right now. Hold on, let me reload the project. Hold on a second. It'll work, I promise. Just give me a second. Give me like a second. It's acting like it's like an abstract script or something. Look. Okay. I know what I'm talking about most of the time. Here, let's go over here. Let's try this. It might have been the script I was calling it from. Let's try here. Manage game dot ref dot hello. Why isn't it working? Non-static function hello. Wait, but I made it a... Did I do it wrong? Manage game extends this static... Why am I failing? Because I shouldn't have to make that static. Alright, well, I've fumbled. I've failed. Yeah, I know now it works. But I shouldn't have to do that. It should just work. Without me having... That was the whole point. Well, that was the whole point of ref. Maybe someone knows why I screwed that up. It should propagate. We should propagate ourselves. Yes. I don't know why I screwed that up, but I did. So just trust me, it usually works. Here, look at player.ref. What did I do wrong? This is not Lua, this is cheaty script. Look, I do it all the time. Look at this. If player ref can look, see? I do it all the time. I don't know why that one isn't working. Is it because of where it is? Anyway, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. See, that's why I'm trying different things, because it doesn't always work. You gotta adapt. I don't know why that didn't work. I'm stuck on that right now. Anyway, let's move on. So I'm gonna go to my manage game, and let's do it the way that I'd like to try now, which is just having a static function, which, by the way, that will also work. So if we come to the player, I swear to God, manage game dot hello there, now we get it. That's because it's static. When something is static, that's why static.ref should work. Yeah. Well, it's different than an autoload. It's a singleton. It works really well, I promise. This is just a bad example. But yes, autoloads are useful. They are. So what Merle is talking about is if you go to project settings, hit globals, you can create these. I tend to avoid creating too many of these. Yeah, autoloads are singletons. That's true. And this is like what Godot calls autoloads, are these things you set up in globals and you name them and you got this whole list of them, and then these will be accessible anywhere. This is not going to be a web game that I'm making today. Yeah, they're called singletons. So this is, I guess what would be correct is to say this is a singleton pattern right here. When I use this static variable reference, it's a singleton pattern, to be specific. But I'm not going to use it because, not because it didn't work, although I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation why it didn't work. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Hello, what's up? It's Saint Alpha Beta, but we're going to use a static function. All right, so let's do an enum. Hey, it's a live stream. We try our best. Sometimes things go weird. Let's do an enum, and this is going to be my states. And I'm gonna keep it private for now. So I like putting an underscore before any of my variables, any of my functions, basically anything that I'm going to, I love to share it, Merchel. Anything that I'm going to not access outside of the script. I put an underscore before it. Godot basically will order things lower down in autocomplete, and it won't show up in this class's documentation if it has an underscore. But I just really like it for myself, so that way I know if I see that underscore, that means it's not being accessed externally. Or if I try to access it externally and I see the underscore, I'm like, nope, can't do that. And then either I change it or I find a way around it. Whereas if I see that there is no underscore, I know to myself, oh, I must be calling this from somewhere else. So I always try to default to the underscore unless I need to get rid of it. That's just the way I kind of do things. Okay, well, I like the idea of none. I like the idea of pregame. I guess when the game starts, there will be a main menu. That's how games work typically. So we'll say main menu. And then there's gameplay. Now in this game, there's going to be like a lot of dialogue and cutscenes and stuff. So I'll probably want states for that if we're in a cutscene or if we're doing dialogue. You know, there are questions that come up like, is that better handled by the player? Is the player handling the states of whether we're in dialogue or we're in gameplay? Like, would the dialogue or the cutscene be considered extensions of gameplay, or are they? I'm not gonna think about that right now. I think for now, I'm just gonna do gameplay, and later I can figure out if I want to add new states or I want to break it down from gameplay. I don't think that's a thing I gotta worry about at this exact moment. So none pregame, main menu, gameplay. Of course, we want the pause menu, which is going to be distinct from the in-game menu. That's a way to word it. In-game menu. Okay, we'll say pause menu, in-game menu. Game menu, game menu, gameplay menu, gameplay menu, gameplay menu. I want to put that after gameplay because I like that they're one after the other. And then there's probably something else I'm not thinking of. We'll just start there. Okay, I've been actually trying to put this above. I don't know, I just like it visually. And then we'll set it by default to none. Gameplay menu. All right. Now let's make our state changing function. I'll make it static so I can access it from anywhere, but it's also nice to make things static because then you know that it's all contained in a nice, neat way. By the way, you can't just make anything static. I forgot to explain what static is. So static also lets things, it lets things like persist like in the engine runtime memory or something. Hey, Otto. Kind of you. Something like that. So it can be risky if you're doing like editor plugins and stuff, but if you're making a game, they're pretty useful because it means that this static thing, whether it's a variable or a function or a script, assuming you set it up right, then you can access it from anywhere else. But there are rules. So static functions can't just be anything. So if I, for example, make this underscore for now, I may well end up making this public. Hey, what's up, Distron? Change state. I'm going to do the proposed state thing. I have a feeling I'm going to like it. Now, I don't do underscores before this because this is just within the context of the function. And in fact, this is part of Godot convention. So if one, here, let me just try to do this real fast. Oh, whoops. States. There we go. So if I don't use proposed state in that function, it's going to warn me. See how it's like yellow? It's like highlighted yellow. You can kind of see that. And then the warning is specifically going to say that proposed state is never used. If this is intended, prefix it with an underscore. So the underscores, Godot actually wants you to use it in a particular way here. So it kind of changes the meaning a little bit when it's in a function. So if I'm not using something in a function, I'll put the underscore. If I am, we'll do this. And that's just in the parameter. And then throughout the function, when I'm using the underscores, that means I'm accessing something that's a member variable or something, as opposed to the non-underscore, which is either something public or something in the function. It seems confusing, but I don't know. It flags a lot of good information to me, and I don't get that confused. So, continuing on. I always try to close this warning menu with this arrow, but it's this. Okay, change state. So now that we have our proposed state and we're trying to change it, let me show you what you can't do in a static function. So let's say I have variable something, hello, boolean equals false. If I try to say like if something equals true, it's not going to allow me to do that. Cannot access non-static variable something from the static function change state. So because it's static and a variable is not static. So if I were to make this constant, it would be fine, but you can't update a constant because then it's not a variable anymore. Or I could make it a static variable as well. And now I can say something equals true, and then it will be okay. So again, there are just rules to static functions that are good to keep in mind. But I think for things like changing state, it's pretty useful. I'm almost certainly going to take that underscore away, but we'll see. Now, I'm going to be honest, I normally don't make this a static function. So I'm looking forward to finding out that I'm making... there's going to be some kind of challenge to keeping it static. So I'm going to make sure that state is static, so that way it will be allowed to be used in this function. And we're going to create a last state. So variable last state, which is going to be typed to a state, and that is going to equal last state, not proposed state, just the actual state than it currently is, which will be none. Then we say, oh, thank you for the follow, Arilana. Welcome. We have the last state, and after that, we want to say if it's been approved. How did I word it? Approved challenge accepted, change successful. I think that's what I said. Change successful. And we're gonna say it's false by default. We reject the proposal. And I want some kind of indication that it happened. Proposing state change. And then I will use, I like using find key. So if I do dot states, that's the enum list, and find key. And then I wrap proposed state in there. What that'll do is that will print the enum. So it'll say whatever I'm asking for, pregame. It'll put that in the print message. So by using find key on an enum, because it's essentially a dictionary, and then putting that which is being asked in there, we get a string that we can output. So that way we know exactly what was proposed. So print proposing state change. That's pretty much all I really need. I can do a ... for funsies. Don't know that I need much else right now. I guess I could say like during, proposed state change during, it's probably more than is needed, but we could say then states find key, last state. That way I know a little bit more information. All right, now we do the match, where we're gonna try to set up if that's gonna be successful. So I'm gonna match the proposed state to any of these. Basically, I'm gonna put all of them in here. So states.pregame, states.main menu, etc. and so forth. So what I'll set up a pause button so we can actually like test it and get it all loaded up and stuff. Gameplay. Make sure the implementation is correct. States, gameplay menu. So, you know, you gotta like type a little bit, but it's okay. Pause menu. And they don't have to be in order. I like making them in the same order as this. So like if I insert a new one, I'll put it in that right order here. Just helps me not be confused as often. Okay, so that's all the ones we're working with for now. Well, the first one, as we did before, is going to be in the ready function. Hey, what's up? Hola, hola, welcome. And I am going to change the first state. By the way, when I probably inevitably, hold on, let me just type this first. States.pregame. So this is the other thing. Okay, I didn't even mention this, by the way, to you, whoever you are. Did you notice that when I was setting the match statement? What's so awesome about enums in Godot? I should have said this sooner, but now I'm saying it. The autocomplete. It's nice. It's nice. So if I type out states dot, it now gives me that full list. So I don't have to go back and check that list. I don't have to remember what they are. They're just listed right there. So convenient, so nice. Okay, so we changed to pregame. Now, inevitably, I'm probably going to make this a public function. And when I do that, I'm gonna wanna get rid of that underscore, which sounds like kinda hard, right? Well, again, it's all localized to the script. So I can just hover over this with the underscore, press Control D, and spam it, and now I've got all of these selected, and it gives multiple cursors, so I can actually delete that all at the same time, and we're good. And then what about states? Because from outside, I'll want to access the states so I can pass it in here. So I'm going to want that to be private or public as well. So I'll do the same thing. I'll hover underscore states, spam Control D, which will just select all the instances, hit the arrow key to the left, and press delete. And now we're good. It's all public. And there's other ways you could do Control R and replace, but I just find I like getting in there and doing a little typing. Because then I don't have to retype the whole thing again, so I could do that and then replace all, but I don't know. I think it's more fun to go through each and every single one. Okay. So we're calling pregame change successful false. We're getting a warning there because we haven't used it, so let's get some use out of it. When it goes to pregame, since that's the first one, I'm going to want to call on pregame. What did I say? Just on pregame state? On pregame. Technically, it's like on. I feel like we'll just do on pregame. I don't think the word state is really needed there. It's a little redundant. So I'll make like an on pregame, and then that's what change successful is going to equal. Now, it's not going to like that because I haven't made on pregame. So let's go make that, and let's make all the ones we need. I'm probably going to need to make these static functions. On pregame would be my guess. Oh, and this needs to return a Boolean since we're doing that change successful. We'll just say true for now. Yeah, so it's not going to let me call that non-static function from a static function. So that means I have to make this static as well. See, this is why sometimes I just end up making the whole dang script static. Because it's just like, oh, we're putting static before everything anyway. But I'm trying not to do that as much. So we'll see what happens. All right. Again, it's not a bad thing to do. Okay? It's, as you saw earlier, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does, it's glorious. But I'm going to need more, so let's go make the other ones. I'm going to make all of them right now. How many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And no autocomplete here. So I just got to look. Again, it's a little bit of setup, right? To have to come in here and do this. Now, I could also copy paste. I could save this as a template. But I kind of like remaking it every time. It just gives me some familiarity. Like, if I just copy paste something, if y'all are participating in the chatbot age of programming, I'm sure you've encountered this, where copy pasting code and not looking at it means you don't know how your friggin' code base works, and that incurs some tech debt. So I don't like to just, even my own code, copy paste it and not look at it. So sometimes I try to recreate. I do copy paste sometimes, but I make sure I go through it when I'm looking at my own code. But even better, I like to rebuild it from scratch, especially when it's as complicated potentially as this. Potentially complicated, or important, I should say. Then I like to rebuild it so I have more of like memories created on how it works. Thanks for the follow, Embers. All right, so anyway, we'll do the tedium. It's okay. Gameplay menu, it's part of it. Pause menu. Pause menu. Great, so I have all those, and we can do this. I do like making new lines. You'll notice me do this a lot, because I tend to use like very big zoom levels personally, and so that often means that long lines get cut off and take up a lot of space. So I'll hit this backslash key, right? It's not the forward slash, which is like the one on the question mark. It's the one over by enter and backspace. That backslash, and then if I press enter, Godot will just see that as, oh, this is all one line. It just lets you break up code into multiple lines. It can get a little chaotic, so, you know, it's kind of a dark art. I also, okay, I'm gonna tell you, I also do something else weird while we're on the subject. Again, I don't like super long lines. This is purely personal taste, but I've developed this habit of, and this isn't necessarily Godot style guide stuff. When I have these parameters in functions, and especially if there's a couple, I go to the right of the parenthesis. I press enter. By the way, I don't need a backslash here because Godot still considers it one line if it's right after an underscore. Or, sorry, a parenthesis. I don't know, it's just true. Hey, what's up, Vinge? Welcome. It's Arcane Arts. One must. It's our duty. It also will allow us to do it before a parenthesis. So if there's these parentheses, we can put an enter right after one and right before one, and Godot will still see that as one line. So this is, look, okay, it's weird stuff, but I like doing it. I do it this way because to me, if they're all on the same like indent here, it looks like one thing, right? Like I think it'd be more style guide friendly to do it like this or something, but to me, this is very hard to look at, and it looks like this is part of the function. So I don't know. I don't like doing that. And then I don't like to lose the void over here or whatever it's returning. So I don't know. That's just the way I do it. But I wanted to do it, and I wanted to make sure you knew why I was doing it. Okay. So I'm going to do the new line over here. And it seems a little unnecessary, but these could get long. Who knows? I'm going to paste each one in here. We can actually... Will it work if I do them all like this? Will it put a unique one? Hell no. Okay, great. Some shortcuts are too short. Update each of these. We'll get some autocomplete here, so that's nice. On gameplay. Nice, structured, organized, easy to follow, I think. This one is on gameplay menu. And finally, pause menu. I don't know, it just reads nicer to me, because if I don't put it on a new line like that, again, personal preference. If I don't put it on a new line, then all of these like on gameplay, on menu, all these on functions will be at like, I don't know, it's I don't know how to explain it. My eyes don't see that as well. I don't know. And then this, what if this gets cut off because I'm zoomed in? Then one is cut off and the others aren't? I just do it, okay? Find a way you like to organize things. That's all I'm saying. All right, now that we've done that, if we're on pregame, the only condition I'm gonna put in here for now is checking the state. Now, here's something I did not do in the last example that I've actually added into more recent state machines. Hello, new jank! It's going really good. I'm setting up a state machine for my RPG game and making sure I am completely paying attention to how I'm setting it up. Welcome, how you doing? So yeah, there's a new thing that I've been doing, and I didn't actually use it here. So here, I checked, well, actually, we passed it in. I didn't really need to do it here, because I was passing last state into there. That's interesting. Oh, I guess that's why I added it in, because they might get super long, and I wanted them to be, Well, what I was gonna say was I tend to make an is state function. So I think I already have one on the, nope, or is, let me see. I thought I did. Let's go to the player real quick. Oh yeah, we got rid of that. Yeah, that doesn't exist. I made that up. I made that one up. So I think I have an is, yeah. So a habit I've gotten into is making these is state functions. So is move state, is game state, whatever, is player state, whatever the heck you're doing. Again, instead of just checking like if move state is set to move states, oh yeah, it doesn't like that. If move state is set to move states dot walking, blah, 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 blah. Instead of doing that, I just find it's a little cleaner, and if I just do this, and again, it gives me that ability to, if I want, run special code on every request for what the state currently is. But I guess I don't need that over here, since we're passing it as a variable. I'm not sure. I guess it kind of doesn't matter either way. I mean, last state is useful, because that's a very different thing than is state, if you think about it. So I guess I'll keep it here. Yeah, let's keep it here. But I'm keeping it in my mind too, that if I run into a situation, I might want to do the is state. But anyway, that's why I realized I like having it on its own line, because I might have tons of parameters here, and then it gets super long, and suddenly this is looking a little messy. So having these all on their own line allows this, for my eyes, to just see, okay, on pregame, on main menu, on gameplay, in a nice clean way. All right, so let's pass last state into on pregame. That's not in there yet, so we'll receive it, which will be a state. It's getting a little long for my taste, so I'm gonna do the thing I do. And we're simply gonna say, well, that's where you could do the is state, right? You could check right there. There you go, girl, right there. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, now here's something else I often think about too, is like, how do I want my script flow to look? Like, I kind of like the idea of going from change state and then the next function being these ons, right? Like, I don't know, something to me about adding a bunch of stuff in between here that I just don't like. I don't know, so I'm gonna do that. I'd rather all of the ons and their actual functions follow. Just what I want to do. So down here, I'm going to put the is state check. And this very well could be a public function. I could very well see this being public. I mean, who knows? I might want to know from some other script, hey, are we in this state? Should this not happen? Now, I'm going to be honest. I would rather not externalize that check. Hence, what makes this such a useful tool, because now I'm bringing it back to this state machine script, okay? Like if I start having state machine checks peppered throughout, you know, my gigantic game in all these different places, it's easy to lose track of like, wait, when does it check for this state? What does this, you know what I'm saying? It can get really chaotic and really spaghettified really fast in state machines. And this is why I set it up this way. From learning from the pain of not knowing what's active when and what's happening when, because I don't know who is gated or allowed by which state at which time. So by creating this is state function that can theoretically be called from all around the project, I can, let's say, print such and such is requesting to see what state it is, or whatever. And now I can trace back to where all the spaghetti is happening. So yeah, just routing my states through functions and every operation that relates to states is super useful to me. Separate your states into their own script/class. Ooh, interesting. So something that I'm only recently getting into are inner classes. I'm still experimenting with them. And I don't think that's what you're saying, but maybe it is. You said separate script. That's really interesting. Yeah, and a lot of people, I think, and maybe you're talking about this too, make like nodes, right? And then they do what you're saying. They put like a separate script on each node. That also works. But you know, it feels like this system has done me so well. But I like that. I should try that for a small game I make. This is the thing. If y'all hear about a new way to do something from what you normally do, I suggest you find a game jam, maybe a game jam like the Game Like Jam, which happens every other month, and we make games like other games. Currently, we're making games like Minecraft. I recommend finding a game jam somewhere and just trying that new thing and pushing yourself to do something a little different. Because sometimes I found my favorite way of doing things by just doing it a little differently. So maybe I'll have to try that one of these days. But inner classes are super cool. I don't know if y'all even know about this, but this is totally another subject. But like, you can do this. I think this is nuts, and I just like barely even use it, and I probably should. So you could just create this inner class, which can now be referenced within here. So I don't know, variable something, boolean false, and then if I'm in some other function, probably should make it static, I can come in here and I can say another subject dot something, and now I'm accessing that variable, and it looks kind of cool. And then you can instantiate this. So I could do new and create an instance of this inner class. So let's say you have like a unit, like an enemy unit or something. I don't know. You could spawn script. The uses are kind of mind-blowing to me, and I've barely begun digging into it. But it's a cool thing, and I bet you could do some fun state machine stuff with that too. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's make our is state class. Nothing wrong with you doing it? No, of course not. I didn't think you were implying otherwise. Okay, so let's say is state, and I'm going to have us check what the current state is. So we'll say, I kind of often try to decide what I want to call this. What did I call it in the other example, by the way? What did I call it? I called it which state. Okay, let's go with that for now. I do like to come up with conventions that I stay with, and apparently this is what we're going with for now. So is state, which state, we're checking which state it is, and then we're returning whether or not it is that state. And we simply will say if state is, so I could just say return if state is set to which state, which is very succinct and works just fine. There we go. Return state set to which state, so it'll just either be true or false if state actually is that. But since I might want to use this for debug, I'm going to create like a little variable. I'm going to call it is it Boolean. Actually, you know what? I do like to stick to some conventions, like I just said. And the convention that I've made up that I use a lot is indeed. I don't know why. It's one word. It's what I use. So for just like a generic Boolean, I tend to just call it indeed. So is state indeed? We'll say by default, no, it is not. You don't even really have to do that. We could just, who knows? Someday that could change. But for now, let's just do which state. And then I'm going to return indeed. Now, why do it that way? Well, I do it that way so if I want to pass it as, you know, you could say, whatever, print something is checking if state something is available, right? And then we could literally return that indeed, you know, and it's just in there in a convenient way. So I'm going to set it up like that. And we're going to check that right here. Is if we're currently in the state, states.none, return true, and then we can have some else at some point, you know. Game already started, otherwise probably. And then code for that. Right, so someday. And that should switch us to the pregame state. But just because it returns true doesn't mean we have our success yet. So let's come in here and let's put our success message. So after it gets past that match statement, we will say either it was approved or denied. So I guess the way I was doing it is first I say if the change was not successful, then print, I kind of want to stick with the wording I did before. I think it was nice. I'm not using, I do have like a plugin that I made that I use for print messages, but just for the sake of not confusing anyone, I'm not going to use it right now. But I'll weave it in later. Game state proposal denied. Game state proposal denied. And we'll say proposed state to, or last state to proposed state, right? Yeah. Exclamation. We don't need a ... on that one. And then if we get past this point, we know it was successful. So we will do some kind of code, success code, whatever that looks like. But mostly right now, let's just do a print statement. Oh, by the way, that is state equals proposed state. Forgot about that. That's pretty important. Okay. then this is very important. I shouldn't just skip over that. This is literally the most important thing, is that we actually update the current state to that which is being proposed. Pretty big deal. If we get this far, oh, and don't forget to return. Don't forget to return. I almost did forget. This return makes sure that if it's not successful, we get out of here. Goodbye. No more in the script. And we allow state to become the pro state. And we say game state proposal approved. Oh yeah, if it's denied, we do a period, because it's very serious. But if it's approved, it's a celebration, so it's an exclamation point. Okay. Conventions. I don't know. I like them. Great. So that's all good, but what about what I want to set up? A pause menu. And a gameplay state. How do we know we're in gameplay? I mean, I kind of need like a main menu. If we're in pregame, what's the next state, right? How does it determine that we even go to the next state? So we're in pregame, that's great. Well, when does main menu happen? Well, let me see what I do in this other one. So in this other one, we have pregame state. Whenever that occurs, if it's none, it returns true. And that's pretty much it. It comes on down here and it does this whole thing. That's it. How does it even decide? I don't remember. So we're in the pregame state. So does it not think that we're in the main menu state here? That's what I want to know. Probably an oversight, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Let's find out. I'm gonna go to the remote tab in Godot. This is a very handy way to see what's happening while the game is running. So we'll get the live scene tree. I'm gonna hit remote, go to my managers, look at manage game. Again, conventions, right? I always set it up this way. I've got this scene of my managers with nodes and I call it manage game. I try to be consistent, so if I go back to my past projects, they always work the same way. I can always come back and come back and come back. Yeah, exactly, Distron. That's why I practice it, so that way I don't stumble at this part. Because even if I don't stumble, if I like rush it together and then I'm starting to make the game and I just forgot to like implement a certain protection, you know, by that point everything can be really tangled and now I gotta deal with fixing it and it's just kind of annoying. So I've learned the hard way that it's good for me to make sure I lay this foundation early before I get too deep into a mess. So I do try to name these the same so I can easily come back and find them. I'm curious what it says the current state is. State 1, which is pregame. So that's interesting that this doesn't register that we're in the main menu. Probably should. I feel like it should allow us to be in the main menu. I think that would be reasonable. Choose platform. Oh, that is the main menu. Oh, I don't have a main menu state. It's not an oversight. I just did it a little differently. Okay. Do I like pregame? I guess it's confusing because I have like two menus, right? There's this menu and then there's that other menu. So it's kind of like not as clear as before. Let me see. Whereas this current game. Do I want to call this pregame main menu? I don't know, but what if I want like a loading screen? I kind of like the concept of pregame. You know, like what if you want to do like logos for your studio or, you know, some other kind of little, join my Discord, I don't know, something like that before the main menu comes in. I think it could be nice. So now it's just kind of dead, which is a little odd, but I think I'm gonna just have it feed us to the main menu. But hey, we're just getting the bones set up. I'm sure as I have more needs, I'll come back and tweak it. So for now, I'm actually going to request another state inside of there. Specifically, I'm going to request the state main menu. So who knows, we could have other little things, game logos, stuff in there at some point. But now I have the infrastructure to be able to just forward it there. So on main menu, I mean, it just returns true. Is there really anything to check there? Maybe, but right now, I don't really know. Now, what do I want to happen when the main menu comes up? Well, I want the main menu to appear. So I could even, you know what I could do for fun? Let's let's think about what happens when we start the game. Right now, when the game starts, it just straight up starts. What if we did something a little different for now? What if we made sure the player can't move around? Okay, so I'm gonna go to the player, and I actually have something I haven't really been using. Hopefully it's actually working. Block movement, okay. Well, oh, you know what I have? I have freeze. So I have a state machine here where we say frozen completely or frozen look. Frozen completely basically gates all of these states. So you can't walk, you can't sprint, you can't jump, you can't fly, you can't even frozen look if we're in frozen completely. So that's intended for menus. And so we should have that. Yeah, that gates all the input. So we just need to call that. Now, I think here, oh, it is public. Wow. Are we calling that from somewhere else? Let's see. This is the move state. No, currently change move state was preemptively public. I don't actually like to preemptively make my functions or variables public. I like to wait until I need to, but it looks like I didn't follow that rule here. Well, I was right. I do need it. So let's right now. And here's something else that I often think about too. Like, what if I had like a, a freeze player state, and then that called the change state. Or in here, when the freezing state occurs, we could do a match statement, and then that does the frozen behavior. So I probably should just pick one and be consistent, but there's different ways to potentially do that. It's that flexibility that I like, though. I love that flexibility. Rosa, welcome back. Good to see you, girl. Hope you're doing good. Now, let's say that when the main menu starts, well, here's the thing. We want the player to be frozen actually from the get-go. That should be the default player state. Hey, what's up, David? You know what? It's going really good. How's game dev going for you? How's Minos? Okay. So let's actually default. Do we have a default right now on the player state? We do not. Let's see what it says in ready. Nothing. Nothing. I would like the player to be frozen completely, if I'm being honest. Well, actually, I kind of prefer a none. I like a none. I do. Okay, move states, none. See, now we're the state machines are intertwining. And in ready, I'm gonna say ready move state. Another convention I like to do is not just dump things into ready, but rather separate them into other functions, and I prefix them with ready so I know that they are part of that infrastructure. Just a personal preference. And in there, we will run a change move state to move states. I'm getting confused between the two state machines. Move states frozen completely. So right at the beginning of the game. Now this could be problematic because what if we start a new scene or we instantiate a new player? That's gonna run. So we could run into issues there in the future, but right now it's fine. And hey, I'll have a way to look back because I'm printing when the states change. So I'll know when things are happening and I can always find my way back. So we're gonna start out frozen completely. And I think for basic default is walking for the player. We just default to walking. Default state. Default gameplay state, essentially. Put a little note there on that. So when actually we get past the main menu and gameplay occurs, I'm gonna want to talk to the player, which I have this reference here that does work, the singleton pattern, and change move state to, oh, but look, I didn't make a move states public. I don't know, I think I just might have forgot the underscore. So let's do what I do. Control D, delete the underscore, and save it, so that way it's ready to be publicly accessed. come back to my manage game. You see all these components in action. I'm very predictable. I like my code to be predictable. Saves me a lot of pain. Player dot, and we don't actually need ref for that. Move states. What's up, Mr. Glitch? How do you learn? Just get started. Try to make something. Join a game jam. Watch some videos. Look stuff up. Solve your problems. That's it. That's all there is to it. Just gotta dive in. Don't be scared. That's all I can say. And then we'll say move underscore states walking. So that way we allow that movement to occur. Okay? Great. Save. Whoa. Okay, that was, wow. That was terrifying. I just accidentally didn't save these changes. Luckily, it didn't matter. My heart skipped a beat. What in the world? Jesus! You know what happens? It's because on the keyboard, I don't know if you're familiar with keyboards, but Control S and Control W are right there. And guess what Control W does? It closes the script that's open. I gotta remap that. I don't like that. I do that pretty often. We can't have closing next to save. It doesn't make sense. All right, so then we switch to walking on gameplay. Now, how do we get to gameplay? We need a menu. So when the game starts, we should not be able to move. So the game starts, I cannot move. I am pressing all the keys with all of my heart. I am just absolutely spamming, and it just doesn't care, which is what we want. So let's put a menu there. Let's put a menu. I tend to put that in my managers as well. I have this manage HUD, so let's, I don't know, I kind of want that to be a separate thing. I don't consider that HUD. So let's do a new node, and we're gonna say manage. I kind of do like menus and then like nest it, so I maybe have some like shared code between them someday. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We can always change that. Might not be that way. Hey, what's up, Zach? It's scary. It is. Let's call this manage main menu. And I'll attach a script to it. I said a script, and looks good. Just put it in the scripts folder. Very good. Class name manage main menu extends node. Now, I tend to kind of think about putting this in like a canvas layer on the top level. I think I'd rather put it below. I think I like the consistency. What's one extra node? Okay, canvas layer. And I'm not gonna get too complicated here. Let's just add like some simple buttons. Nothing nuts. We're just trying to get things started. I'll add a panel container to start with. Probably want a margin container at the top. And then put a panel container inside. Make sure that margin container is filling up the whole screen here. And I'm gonna make the panel container shrink to fit a little bit here. And inside of that panel container, I will place a button. Again, I can't help myself. I gotta do a little infrastructure. Button, and this will be start game. Kitty drive by. Let's make it large so we can see it. All right, start game button. I'm gonna call it start game underscore button. Make it accessible as a unique name. A very handy little thing that lets me reference nodes with just a % before it, so I don't have to worry about the path. And it will be accessible anywhere in the scene tree. It's very handy. So let's say onReady that. I want to do my underscore thing. It onReadies it without it. So start game button. Yeah, that's fine. It's a fine name. A fine name, I say. Ready connections, since we're going to be connecting a signal from that button. start game button, connect, or pressed, connect on start game button. I'm just gonna go through this. You know, this is other stuff. It is connected. It's related, but I'm trying to beat the clock. Start game button. Whenever that's pressed, we want manage game dot change state, and what state do we want to change to? I want to, oh, yeah, that's the first public access. See, it's got the underscore. Let's fix it. Look, it may seem arbitrary. Like, wouldn't I have just known I was gonna do that? Maybe. I like procedure. I don't know. I like procedure. I like it. It's what I like. Okay. So let's go back to that new button, which is on manage main menu. So this now has no underscore, and we'll say change state to what state specifically. We need to clarify. Manage game, definitely gonna want a new line there. Manage game dot states dot gameplay. All right. So that will request if we can move to gameplay. I think it will approve it. And I wanted some other things too. I'd want the menu to like go away. So maybe in main menu, I have something like enable menu. I don't know. And then we can have my indeed boolean. And all that does is show or hide it. So we could give this a name now. I'm gonna call it main menu underscore canvas layer, make it accessible as a unique name, drop it as a reference. I'm gonna put it on top. I don't know, just the way I like to do things. The main menu canvas layer is on top, the button's below it. So I'm gonna order it that way in here. Procedure, I like it. I'm gonna put an underscore, main menu. I'm not gonna say canvas layer. I'll say canvas. So it's not too long, but we still get the idea. Okay, indeed bool, and all this will do is make that main menu canvas visible or not. So the visibility will equal this. And I'll probably want other things at some point to make this more interesting, but for now, we can just do that. So now I have a way to show the menu. To prove things further, I'm gonna make this not visible to start with. If we're in that loading screen where we're showing the logos and stuff, I wouldn't want that visible. So let's say that it starts out, if I run it now, there's not gonna be anything showing. No menu, you're just stuck. So we'll say that on pregame, on main menu, whenever that happens, it is going to call our manage main menu. Now I'm gonna need a static function over there so we can actually do the enabling. So static function, that's not gonna work because main menu canvas is not static. And it is on-readied, so I'll have to get a little fancier with that. I'm not gonna be able to on-ready that. Instead, I'll have to set it up like this. See, static, there's rules. There's rules. Let's say ready references or something. Func ready references. And we'll say main menu canvas equals, and then I'll just paste that in there. We know that's a good reference, so we'll put it in there. And the nice thing about using this percent is you know it's not going to be dependent on load order. It will just be there, ready to assign. Trust me. Well, you could also do like an if not main menu if you really wanted to like be really specific, you know, if or is instance valid. Anyway, we're not going to get nuts for now. So it makes it visible if we call it that way. Go back to manage game, manage main menu dot enable menu, true. Okay, now what about when we press that button? When we press that button, we're gonna wanna switch to gameplay. And when we switch to gameplay, we're gonna want that menu to go away. Now here's something kinda interesting. Remember that manage menus I made? I don't know, I'm spitballing here. I've never done this way, but it just kinda popped in my head. What if What if every menu that I have, so let's say it's a pause menu, it's a main menu, who cares? Whatever menu it is, if we're in gameplay, I don't want that menu to be there. So what if we say every time we enter gameplay, every possible menu gets closed? I don't know, just something to think about. So I'm gonna make the manage main menu something we can reference. Well, you don't really have to do that. Yeah, you don't have to do that at all. No need for that. Don't worry about that. Class name, manage menus, extends node, and in here, I'm gonna have a static func enable all menus. Well, you would never want to enable them. So we'll say close all menus. Close any menu. Close any menu. Could be some different ways to word that potentially. And so for now, we have the one menu, which is the main menu, enable menu false. So it just closed it. Hey, what's up, Coke? All right. Now I'm gonna go back here. So again, if I have a pause menu, I now can route it through this function. So I don't have to track down the pause menu enable, the main menu enable. I can just have them all listed there and call it all at once. That's the idea. I don't know. I've never done it quite like that, but it kind of makes sense. And this is why I like repeating myself and building the same system over again. And this is how I get new features in my systems, right? I try something else. I add something else. That the first time I built it, I was too busy coming up with another idea to add something new in there. Definitely good to keep making more things because it does come in handy. Oh, did I not use last state in here? If last state, if last state is none. So I guess I would want to do, I didn't even think about that. Wow. Oh, you could put like a, wow, I just totally overlooked that. I just realized. If last state is, what about that? And then this could be, well, but that's not public. Oh, that raises some questions. Wow. Static variable last state states. Wow, I just kind of blew my own mind. Oh, I'm gonna run out of time. You'll just have to wait till after the break to see it all come together, huh? I can't help it. I gotta add new stuff. It's a good idea. I like these ideas. So instead of declaring last state here, I will do it this way, which means all the other references to it. Oh, let me just finish my thought. All the other references to it, we need to prefix it with an underscore, right? So put an underscore there, and then I don't even need that anymore. So we can, well, it raised some questions. It raises some questions. I basically just like rebuilt everything just now, didn't I? So this would be last state equals which state? Okay, we're overtiming real bad. Hey, what's up, Zay? What's up, dumb? Oh, I don't want to call you dumb. You don't deserve that. Do you? Okay, let's wrap this up. Finish the thought. Pre-game if last state. I don't even know. It doesn't look like I really need that here, if I'm being honest with you. But I think this is useful. Okay, good. On main menu, enable menu. On gameplay, let's first close the menus before we move the player state. And we're gonna say manage menus dot close any menu. And that should close the menu and then do this. So let's see what happens. Wait, does the button call on gameplay? Does it switch to on gameplay? What happens when the button gets pressed? Yes, okay, here we go. Play. No buttons! Okay, let's see what happened. Debug. Proposing pregame to none, approved, none to pregame. Right, well, you want pregame to auto forward to main menu, remember? Let's see, did that get skipped? Pregame, that would be right here, kiddo. Right there. You want that right there. If the last was none, we said to the main menu. Ooh, invalid visible with the state of none. So the timing is not good there. Oh dear. Why would that say none? I hit ready. We've readied the references. I assigned it. But it says that it isn't there. Ooh, so much for my timing being good to go. What's weird, because I would have thought it couldn't even assign it in the first place. Yikes, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see after the break. That's a cliffhanger! That's just a cliffhanger right there. I don't know what else to say. So that's a little bit how I get setting up state machines. I like to stick to procedures. I like to be inspired by what I've done in the past, and I try to innovate with some new things when I do it. So there's a lot of different ways to set up state machines. I'd love to hear about the ways you do, and I'm gonna take a 30-minute break. I'm gonna hang out for 30 minutes, chat, maybe play a game, and then get back to it, because it's not good. It's not good if I just keep coding and getting in. You saw I was getting into some like distraction holes, and that's not good. Take a sip, check up on chat, and then we'll do another 80 minutes. By the way, YouTube, have you pressed the like button yet? Hit this like button if you enjoyed the video. It's like right around, if you're on mobile, it's probably like right there. If you're not on mobile, it's probably like down there. Please press it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, YouTube. Means a lot. I think there's a hype button on mobile too. Try that one. See what that feels like. What did you study? What is your carrier? My carrier, I'm not going to tell you because you're going to hack me and sim swap me. But I feel like that's not what you mean. What did I study? You mean like in university? I studied dramatic writing. So playwriting, career! I say career. I studied screenwriting, television writing, and stuff like that. And I did that for a bit, and I didn't really like it. And I wanted to explore how to write better by having little dolls of my characters as I was writing. So I started modding a game I was playing, Fallout New Vegas at the time. And, I got the character set up, I got the dialogue put in there, and I was like, what if I add this new location? Ooh, what if I make some lore around it and I make special enemies that are there? And what if I have this quest so the player can get this rare weapon? And it just like kind of snowballed, and now this is my life. I just can't stop. I can't stop doing game dev. So yeah, my career is stay-at-home wife. I like take care of the house. My spouse does work, and I hang out here with y'all and make games. That's it. All right, let me scroll back, make sure I didn't miss anything. Super important. Let me know if I did. THC reference. Really? Drip added collisions so Drip is participating in the Game Jam, the game jam where we make games like other games. That's currently active right now. There's 9 days left. Can you make Minecraft in 9 days? It was a month-long jam. The next one will be in September. So if you join the Discord, you can get involved with the next one because you'll be notified in a really nice way. So there's the jam. There's the Discord. Get in on it. So that's what Drip was talking about, setting up collisions for their Minecraft-like. And they're using Bevy and Rust. And there's some great, like a package called Avian 3D, I think. Just got it to treat the voxel chunks as colliders. And boom, it works! Yeah, you gotta take shortcuts. Like making the whole Minecraft voxel setup, like from scratch, is fun. But, I mean, it's a game jam. Like, use some tools. if you can. Wish you could be a stay-at-home wife? You can! You can! I am very lucky, though. I mean, I'm digging around in cat litter every day, but it's fine. If you don't mind digging around in cat litter. Oh yeah, evidently it can. Maybe Drip knows about that. I hope so. How did I learn modding? Like for Fallout New Vegas? YouTube. Watch some YouTube videos. I downloaded, so Bethesda has like this thing. At the time it was Gamebryo. Not Embryo. Gamebryo. Now it's Creation Kit. By the time it was Gamebryo. It's kind of a messy engine. It's not pretty. Let me tell you something. It is a little rough. But it, you know, I guess it's like an adaptation of their in-house engine. And so yeah, I just looked up like videos on how to use it. Yeah, Oblivion, Fallout New Vegas. Apparently, whoa, Civilization 4 was made in it? Maybe I have no idea what Gamebryo is. I thought it was just like purely Bethesda's thing. Hey, what do I know? I don't know. Anyway, it's, you know, it's a little rough around the edges. But, you know, it's got output down here. Now, I didn't know as much as I know now. So looking at it, I mean, it kind of just looks like a regular editor. I kind of get it. It makes sense. But I was really confused. I was super overwhelmed. Look at all these buttons. So I really just tried to do the very specific. I'd look up a video, how to add a character, how to do this, and then just follow the steps painstakingly. I made a lot of errors in the scripts too when I tried to set that up. But it was fun. It was fun to like affect the game that I loved and that I was playing. Super, super powerful. Really great experience. Originally designed to make MMOs. Wow! I didn't know that. I had no idea. That's not wife duties. That's your job as servant to blessed beings. True that. True that. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. It was a weird thing to figure it out, and it was fun too because yeah. So I would often try to reverse engineer, right? I would look at like how they set up, you know, scripts for different events, and I break it. You know, I just put like something in there that's not supposed to be in there. I change a value and see how it affected the game. It was fun. It was painful, but fun. It scared me away a little bit from the technical tools, and I started to use simpler tools to just get me more familiar with game dev. I know you want to make your own, but there's a really good one by Firebelly that's only like 50 lines of code long. Nice. Nice. Firebelly seems to be pretty cool. I see them streaming on YouTube sometimes. Make your own every time anyway. Yeah, I mean, people should know that if they want to use a pre-made state machine. And you know what else is good about that is you can go look to see, like, you don't have to use that one, but you could go see what they do and take inspiration from it as well. Should you learn from the documentation of Godot? Sure. Yeah, it's really useful. Totally. If you like, it depends. Everyone's different. Some people like to read, some people like to watch, some people like to listen. Some people just like to get in there and do. You just have to figure that out for yourself, Glitch. I can't tell you what that is. But the documentation in Godot is really, really good. It's exceptionally good compared to other engines. For whatever that's worth. Cogito. So I say try it all. Try watching some videos. I mean, for me, the way that I learned Godot was y'all. I came here, I said, I don't know how to use Godot. And y'all said, here's how you use it. And I used it. So asking for help is also a thing. You can go to different Discords, our Discord, and maybe someone there can help you. But I also, when I wasn't asking for help, you know, pulling up a video, like all 250 nodes explained, right? And so there was like 5 minutes or less or something that this YouTuber spent on each node in Godot, and I would just listen to it in the background while I was washing dishes or something, and then I'd be like, oh, that sounds interesting. Wow, I wonder what I could do with that. And then once I got into the engine, I would be like, oh yeah, wasn't there that one thing? And I would get in there and like mess with it or something. But once I got on my feet, once like y'all gave me some tips and I watched some videos, I kind of was off to the races. You know, it was like I had enough that I could use the documentation, I could experiment, I could do a quick search and find my way through some kind of code, make mistakes, come up with a better way to do it, and then I just kind of ended up where I'm at. All nodes explained to be more useful now that videos have chapters. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you're looking for specific ones, sure. Yeah, and you could go back and look to see. I don't think it was that old. It was like only a few years ago. I think they had chapters then. Drip is out of energy drinks, and you don't feel like going out to grab a latte, so we're doing old school coffee. Isn't helping the heartburn? Gotta do what you gotta do. Tara says, me after eating a scrumptious meal. Is that you pointing your finger into your mouth, not like a... I see. Oh, just being different. But yeah, I'm not making a web-based game for this. I typically have made web-based games. I don't think I have a command, but I should have a command that links to it. I don't have many public. There's some that I've worked on, but I didn't make public. But if you do want to see the public ones, they're there. But this one is not going to be web-based. I want to take advantage of because I've always done compatibility, stripped down, web-based games. Always. And I've just coveted the beautiful lighting and the nice rendering and the features that I can't use, like decals. And I've been wanting to use them. Volumetric fog. I don't have to use some janky shader to simulate it. Let's go. So yeah, this is gonna be like a game that I put out on Steam and everything, and I'm gonna spend a long time on it. I'm gonna spend a lot of time on it. So I really want it to be super, super beautiful. I'm going all in. This round is bummed that they don't have time for this month's jam. Maybe next time. I'm sure you would make something awesome. I know you would. And yeah, we do the jam every other month. And you can always make a late one. I'll put it in the submissions list if it follows the rules. I can put a game in there anytime, even after the jam. You've been playing around with the glow and fog shaders in Godot. Man, by the way, speaking of Godot shaders, and maybe this is what you're talking about, GodotShaders.com. You be careful. Honestly, just be careful. You could get lost browsing this site. It's so cool. I assume that's kind of what you're talking about, but maybe that's not what you're talking about. I don't know. So many cool shaders on here that just do like almost anything you can think of. If you're ever trying to solve like a visual problem, just hop here and see what you can find. Diva, hey girl, what's up, Beyonce? Good to see you. I was listening to some Beyonce the other day. Video phone, I can handle you. Put me on your video phone. It's not like a banger, but it's what I was listening to. You couldn't hold your silence. What a good website. As you should. What's a video phone? Like what is a video phone? That I really had to think about that one. I'm like, even before smartphones were ubiquitous, what was a video phone? I feel like she's just coming up with stuff. Well, I'm glad that you said something. Welcome, EXO. It's good to have you here. You disabled your unlock extension for this chat. Unhook? What is unhook extension? Thanks for hooking in to the stream. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, if you ever see cool effects, like I've just been spending so much time, like all of my distraction time. Oh yeah, I've broken my game. I can't play it right now. Right. We broke it on purpose. Here, what if we just pass? I can't move around right now, but there's a lot of things I've been adding. Like this friggin' sun back here that it's like moving a little bit in the background. So many cool things like, oh, I could use that. Oh, I could use that. And I'm just dumping it into the game. So fun to find things on here. A wide variety as well. And it's just code, right? You just copy paste the code usually. Procedural noise, yeah. Oh, we could just look at it in the editor too. There it is. What a beaut. What a beaut. So it's actually an entire skybox shader. And it has a ton of parameters. But yes. And I adapted, I expanded. I took the basic shader that someone else had, and then I just copied a bunch of the properties and layered them so that way I would have more things I could modify. But yeah, there. It looks like probably cellular. Oh, Perlin. It's Perlin. And then we can adjust it. Shaders are the coolest. The friggin' coolest. People who make shaders are the coolest. Yes, they are. I can modify shaders. I can figure out, okay, so I should probably, make sure that goes into the albedo at the end of the fragment. I can figure out a little stuff, but coming up with new ways to manipulate pixels in real time, forget it. It's the most stressful thing I can imagine trying to make. Sun is Perlin noise, always has been. This is, to be fair, this is a sun on a different planet. Yeah, Merle Troll. Definitely the fact that they're instantiated before makes it convenient, but that's too easy. It's too easy. I want the challenge of learning how to make sure I'm tracking my timing. I don't know. I try to reserve auto loads for really important stuff. I don't really have a good reason. Ola is still upset that I said the PAL SNES was ugly / cheap looking. That was, I will say, that was messed up of me. I could have been more sensitive to your nostalgia. I was just trying to be authentic. But sometimes we should keep these things to ourselves. It's purely nostalgia goggles. To me, in my mind, so SNES was the first gaming console I ever had. And it was like my entry point in, besides computer games, into what games are, what the gaming world is. And I think even to this day, when I think of games, the first thing I see is that Super Nintendo. So to just see that there's a different one, it's that's not right. That's wrong. But it's just it's me. It's a me problem. I'm really sorry, Ola. It's not that bad. It's because Americans kept yanking games out and not using the eject button. It's Wait. No, there's an eject button on the British decorum, we press the eject button and drink tea. There is an eject button. I'm still not sure I understand this point, but I know there's something there. Yep, I know. Hey, everybody. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who has supported this channel for all these years. It means a lot, and you guys are the real ones. Now, the other day, we were talking about the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. It's something that I grew up with, something that a lot of you grew up with. And the version that I saw in my head is just the one that I'm the most attached to. But that doesn't mean that when someone says, here's what the other one looked like, that I should just poop all over it and have an expression of disgust at its appearance. It doesn't deserve that. All SNES are created equal and are fine. Thanks so much. I'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I'm just kidding. I'm not really leaving. That wasn't a real apology. It's too real. Yeah, I'm sorry. Despite there being an eject button, most people did not use it. If you used it, that's great. Whoa. Why? Most people didn't use it? I don't buy that. I refuse to accept that. What? Most people didn't use the eject button? I don't believe it. Prove it. What? What an outrageous claim. Nintendo did a survey of 300,000 players. Where's that? Most people don't use the eject button. Now, the N64, I remember, did it even have an eject button? I don't think it did. I'm honestly, I can't even believe that you could take out a SNES cartridge. Oh, SNESs are created equal. I didn't even know you could take it out without pressing the eject button. That's commitment. I wish I had one to use as an example, but I think I sold it to a thrift store to buy like records or something. I didn't know what I was doing, okay? I didn't know what I had. And that's why those things are valuable, because nobody knew what they had. If everybody knew what they had, it wouldn't be valuable. You think they didn't do product research? Wait, why are you asking me that? Why do you think I don't think that? Mr. like, I'm fighting you on this now. Why? All I'm saying is, I've never heard of that, and in my experience, that's not true. That's all I'm saying. It's not that serious. They're valuable because GameStop threw games into the trash bins. Oh. Either you have a source or you don't. That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Just prove it. I'm saying prove it. I think you can't prove it. I think that's what it is, Distron. You can't prove it. Your code needs to be readable by you first and foremost. Absolutely. Newjank said, I don't do nodes, but yeah, I do scripts. I have a state machine class that encapsulates the machine logic, and each state inherits from a base state class. Gosh, I love base classes. That sounds nice. Yeah, and that's, you know, that way you can keep all that logic in like one place. I think like for certain things, I would like that. Like with my player, I have those like movement states. And that's like mixed in with my player code. which is kind of annoying. With the game states, I feel like that's all in one place anyway. But yeah, it might be nice to separate some of that stuff out when it's got a lot of code and it's amidst already a bunch of stuff. I said it like they don't believe they did it. I don't believe they published it and you can prove it as a source, is what I meant. Unless you can. If you're stuck between two solutions, it's typically a sign that both options are pretty good. I like that attitude. Don't sweat it. Just pick one. A 6 in one, half a dozen in the other sort of thing. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Is that like a saying? Is that like a 6 in one, half a dozen in others? It means amounts to the same thing because half a dozen equals 6. Oh! Tomato, tomato. Got it. Okay, heard. David just found out that they wasted a few days of work because the sprite sheets they were working with only had attack animations facing left. Oh, and so if you flip it, it won't like make sense or something? That sounds annoying. And like embedding the sprite sheets into the project, now you have to like take it out and put it back in and replace it, and like that's a lot of effort. I hate when that happens. And yet, I mean, it's common, but I think that kind of stuff stings the most. When you put a lot of time into something and you found out you now have to like undo that time. I mean, it's a learning experience, but that doesn't make up for it, really. Emotionally. There wouldn't be any animation for the other 8 directions. Oh, 8 directions. Oh, right. More than just, it's not side scroller. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, that's recreating 7 directions of every animation. That's, no. You're not really getting the benefit of the external asset anymore. 9 days left to make a web build. We got this. You do got this, Cryptic. I assume that Bacon Engine supports them. It probably does. We need another apology video. Wait, for what? Hey guys, I noticed that I haven't done another apology video in a while, and I think I owe you an explanation for that. I don't know what I'm apologizing for, but I know I need to apologize for something. So here I am. Apparently we go on the right side for apologies. That's what that's for. It's just how it works. Minimalist 16 key keyboard. Whoa. That sounds cool. We need more buttons we can't keep track of. It's like how Windows put the format drive option right next to the eject disk button. Is that a thing? What are you talking about? Oh, when you right click. Oh, like if you have a external media plugged in. Wow, that right. I mean, at least that pops up a menu, but still, you can do the wrong thing in the menu. Wow, that is bad. You're right. I didn't even think about that. I hadn't had that mistake yet. Or made that mistake yet. Hey, what's up, guy? Welcome. Apologize for lack of apology videos. Scandalous. Oh. Oh yeah, we were talking. What is that? What is this unhook thing? I'm gonna need more chat time. I'm gonna need a little more chat time. We all know that that's true. First version of Minecraft was made in 7 days. Oh yeah, I did hear that. But Notch had already been making games. What, at like the Candy Crush place? You're almost good to go? Love to hear it, Derek. You're watching my first ever video on YouTube where I learned Godot for the first time, and it's crazy hearing you say I can't do text code. I can only do visual scripting, knowing I'm such a pro. Maxie, thanks for checking that out. Yeah, I haven't gone back and fully watched it yet. Maybe I should. Maybe it would be like really nice to just be proud of myself and how far I've come. Yeah, I was using like blueprints and stuff like that before. I was deep in the visual scripting land at the time. I was afraid of text code, deathly afraid. And I started doing it, and I started loving it. This round says, what was removed was not the eject button, but the locking mechanism that locked the carts in place. People would rip the carts out like they had in every previous console. It was breaking console, so the info probably comes from returns. So, let me make sure I understand everything right. American Super Nintendos locked the cart in. And you had to press the button for it to come out. And then the PAL version made it so that wasn't necessary. I'm still not really sure what the what the difference is, if I'm being honest. Not Godot. I never tried Godot visual scripting. Godot was my foray into text code. Because Godot didn't have visual scripting built in when I started, and I didn't want to use a plugin. It was breaking consoles. Yeah. Still doesn't mean that most people were breaking them, right? It just means that enough people were breaking them that it was worth changing it. You said most people were ripping them, or most Americans or something. Like, what? Most of them? Hey, Patty. Cheers. Thanks for the hydrate. Americans were rough with it. Okay. Thank you, Patty. Appreciate it. I'll be honest, I still don't hear proof that that's an American thing. Maybe the article you read does prove it. Maybe it says in America. I just don't know. There's a lot of details that's being left out, so I don't know. I guess we have to look it up, don't we? It's the only way to settle this once and for all. Super Nintendo returns eject button. Yeah. That should be enough, right? I don't even know. Where do you even find this? The forgotten eject button. I don't know. I'm gonna need a source site. I'm curious. I want to learn. I want to learn. You don't have to give a source. I don't care if you don't. But I'm curious. I want to be hip to what you're talking about. What is that? What happened? Short lap? Alright, let's take a short lap before we get started again. I know I missed some messages. Let me do a speed checkup. My hero's made in 7 days. It's not wife duties. Game Brio. Warner's good resources. Learn from the docs. So we're making immersive sim games. Oh, I've been playing around with it for this job. It's pretty cool. Wow, that's so cool this round. Hurry, 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 hurry. Okay, now we were all talking about all this pretty much. They did make some, but they were not widespread except in every movie and TV show. The lava lamp soon. Lava lamp son? It's the lava lamp son. Oh, a few weeks ago, this round's workmate was complaining that your 3D room is too granny coded? Like the game Granny? So I went and scoured the web for toys to fill out the room. It's surprisingly hard to find 3D toy models that aren't for toddlers. You did manage to find some teen toy props. Now he's complaining that it's too kiddie coded? What's a teen toy? Like cards and stuff? Yeah, I guess when you think of toy, it's usually like for babies. That's interesting. SNES was this round's third console. The first one you bought with your own money. Nice. We all have our own twist of creativity and uniqueness. Absolutely. Cryptic says there's a silly game coming out called Dino Blade. It'll be the closest thing I can get a remake of Primal Rage. Oh, nice. I love when people are making that retro stuff. Sounds fun. Most people did not use the eject button. That was the claim that I reacted to. Somebody made a tool where you can take images and convert them into 3D models. You sent their Steam page on Discord. 100 years later, that one guy hoarding Beanie Babies' grandson will have a single Beanie Baby that hasn't deteriorated due to weathering. Will be rich. I have a bin, a basket of Beanie Babies at home. It's basically a bin. 9 out of 10 forgot the ukulele. Toxic gossip train. What's up, Sam? You're making a game, your biggest weakness came up. You have to write the story and not make pixel art all day. I love writing stories. You got someone who can collaborate with you, write the story? I guess the good thing about games is you can often be pretty simple with stories, at least. Good luck. Okay, let me know if I missed something important, but at the very least, Char, let's take a look at this. Puck's Seamless Sapphire lets you rip textures out of photos from any perspective and make them seamless. Oh, for like textures. Is that what this is? This looks cool. I've seen tools like this, but they don't promise to make it seamless. This is awesome. Wow. There are free tools that exist. There's good ones that exist for ripping textures. That exists, that's out there, that's easy to find. There are also tools that exist for turning textures seamless. In my experience, the ones that turn them seamless are not great, hard to find, and weird. But some are fine. And also my experience, it's very hard to find that in one place. So that's pretty cool. Wait, I can't get it yet? But I want it! How rude. Seamlessifier. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out! Thanks, Puck. Oh, there's a... No, it's something else. Pixelizer. I was like, there's a demo. There's not. Cool. Oh, did I put the link in chat? I sure didn't. I sure didn't. Is it AI? Is it AI? Oh, that does it. It doesn't look like it. It looks like you just set the blend. So I think it's actually I'm guessing it's exactly like what you do in Godot. when you have a noise texture, you can use this seamless tool here. I think for the sky, I used it. For the stars. So let me see if I can... I think it's going to do the same thing, though. Where if you go to... here, maybe not there. Maybe this. And I get rid of this seamlessness. You can kind of see, hopefully you can, it's a little dark, but hopefully you can see like the, whoops, the lines there. See how there's like a clear line? It's very dark. It's a kind of an awful example in that sense. Here, I'll make it a little brighter. So you see the seams, and I'm guessing it's just like that. And then you can try to like blend it together by dragging something. I think that's what it's doing, basically. Your biggest weakness came out? Oh, we talked about that. All right, let's get back to work. State machines. We are so back. So I started setting up state machines for my RPG platformer game, and specifically because I want my main menu, and I want a cool in-game menu, but that's gonna take me a little bit of time to get set up. But it'll be the most fun thing. I'm hoping I can get to that, but we'll see. I'll have to put in the work. So for 80 minutes, I'm gonna be locked in, only looking at chat a little bit. We gotta take a short lap. I remembered. So I'm gonna lock in. I'll check chat occasionally. Mostly if you say hello. You can also say bye, exclamation point bye, and it'll like alert me. So if you're leaving, I'll know. We gonna make this state machine. Yes, we are. So I had this little problem before we took the break. So now I get to debug. I don't know why I have a problem. I hope it's fixable. We will certainly find out if this problem I had before we left is fixable. Photoshop used to have 3D stuff? I didn't know that. Okay, so the bug that I'm getting, for some reason, oh, I commented it out, is that this isn't getting set up. So let me see. Is this not in the scene tree? Is that what it is? Did I not put this in the scene tree? No, it's in there. Okay. So let's see if the reference is getting set up. So I'm gonna go back to manage menu. That would be my favorite because that's as simple as can be. Oh, see you later, Kai Guy. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Yeah, Kai Guy just demonstrated exactly how to do it. Thank you for that. It's still there. Oh. Manage menus. Oh no, manage main menu. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check to see if this is running at all. Print, and I just wanna see what I'll just have it print main menu canvas so I can get back to what I want to do. Okay, let's see what it says. Oh, there's other stuff that it says too. But it's right there! It's right there! Main menu, canvas layer, it's right there! It's definitely getting set up. Okay. All right. But when it calls it here, it isn't there. Is this like because it's not? Again, I normally would make the whole script a static reference. So like, but it is a static variable, so I feel like that should be one instance that's available everywhere anyway. So why is that not available at that time? I mean, it'd have to be that this is running oh, duh, it's running first. Oh my God, of course. we must be calling this before manager enters the scene tree. That's what it is. Got it. And you know what that is? I feel like it's just load order. Like, I think if I put manage menus up at the top above manage game, I think it's gonna work now in the scene tree. Seriously. Okay, let's see. Bam. So this is a fun thing to keep in mind. So this wasn't really what I was like gonna be talking about today, but it is important to remember. I forgot. The order that nodes are in the scene tree can really matter, not just for 2D layering and sorting, Y sorting, but also when it gets loaded in. So because I had manage game before manage menus, manage game was trying to ask manage main menu for something that wasn't ready yet. So now that I have manage menus first, it can actually call it at the right time. So that was the bug that I had before. All right, so we've got this. We're gonna see what it's like. We can't move. The controls don't work currently. Now there is one problem, which is that my mouse is captured at the beginning, right? Because like it's a game where your mouse is moving the camera and stuff, so I have no mouse. It's not there. So I actually need to fix that. I can press pause and it unlocks it, but we don't want the player to have to press a button to get access to the camera, to the mouse at the start. It doesn't make sense. So we need to add that in there. So I believe I have this set up somewhere. Manage debug. Somewhere we're defaulting it. Let me see where we're defaulting it. I have no mouse and I must click. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. That, I don't know if I'll ever do such things, but if I do, I'll have to pay you royalties or something. Oh, am I logged in? I should be logged in. I try to keep a list of what would be fun merch. Honestly, Huyade, I think I have to write that one down. But don't worry. I put the credit in here. This one is so good. That's so good. I have no mouse and I must click. Credit, Huyade. I don't know if I'll ever come back to this, if I'll ever actually have merch. But you know what? Oh, +1 and Jack. But you know what? It's there. It's ready to be. Who knows? Maybe there's something else we'll use it for someday, you know? Instead of merch. But it's there. We could even just do like a command that just like lists these and then gives the info. That would be pretty cool, actually. Anyway. Nice one. Couldn't pass that up. Game states. Whoa, I have a game state script? Whoa, I already had a state script in this project. Wait a minute. And it's an auto load. Okay. Here's the thing. This was put there before I really got started on this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe there's already a game states on this project and it's a global auto load. That's so funny. Wow. Well, here's the thing. It's not as good as the other one, first of all. And I don't want it to be an auto load. I don't think it needs to be an auto load. So I'm gonna get rid of it. I totally didn't realize. See, I didn't stick to convention. By the way, the reason why this is here, and just to explain myself, the reason why this is here is because I used a first-person character controller that I made like a year ago or so. Hey, Fanny, welcome! And that template, I sort of duplicated that template and then built this game from that template. And that was like a year ago, right? Or longer. And so I had different conventions at the time. And this was one of them. So it was just kind of left over from that. And I probably updated it a bit. But I don't wanna do it this way. So let's get this out of here. Let's get it out of here. It's funny, I remember doing this. I feel like I did this during one of the collab dev streams. Because I remember I wasn't gonna do a null state. And I remember Dungeon Martian, who I was collaborating with, she was like, every time I don't do one, I need one. And I was just like, I guess null state. Alright. Yeah, let's just, wow, we've got an input in states. See, I don't know how I feel about that. Input in states. I mean, I almost want like a manage input script. Which is weird because the player uses input. And the thing is when you have input in multiple places and get weird. I kind of want a manage input script, if I'm being honest. And I think I'd rather put that there instead of having this in states, truth be told. Wow, okay. Let's harvest this. Let's get this out of here. Let's break it apart. Real fast, can you find everywhere you actually reference it? Nowhere? I'm not even using it, except for this one thing. Great. So I didn't already have one, basically. It was just here managing whether or not the cursor is available. That was it. Okay, so let's fix this. I'm gonna make a node called manage input. Don't know where that should go. I'll find out when there's an error. And then let's attach a script to it. Hey, what's up, Louise? Thanks for being here. Thanks for saying hello. Welcome. How you doing? Manage input. Yep, looks good. Class name, manage input. I guess I've been doing underscores. Extends node. And we'll just slap that in there. If is action press pause. Pause detected during state. Interesting. Thanks for the hydrate again, Fanny. Cheers. You love watching people develop in Godot. You love it even though you've never used it. I'm doing great. I'm doing my favorite thing, working on my game. Hanging out with y'all. By the way, if it seems like I'm ignoring chat, I will be, but like half and half a little bit for the next 70 minutes, and then I'll take a little break. Doing really good. That's cool. Well, what kind of stuff are you thinking of making? Because you must be game dev curious. Match state, right? So this we need to just forward all of this, right? All this is gonna do is this is gonna call our. What's up, Kakaroto? Hello. A rose for me and a tulip for you. I don't know. GDC game dev curious. I was like, GDC is a thing. Oh. Manage game. They don't have an underscore on that one. I should be consistent with that. I'm gonna update it. This I will do a full replace. Before I do a full replace, I gotta make sure everything's saved. Otherwise, bad things happen. Manage game. Control Shift R, and then change to this. And we're going to replace all. It'll throw up some errors, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're a full stack dev. You've been working with it since you were 15, 26 now, but you always wanted to work with games. As of today, you got an 8-hour to 18-hour job as a dev in a company, but you're not that happy. Sometimes you work 18 hours. I wouldn't be happy either. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I will say you have an advantage, I would say. You're already familiar with code and stuff. So you taking in content about Godot is going to really help you lock it in quick. Is it day job? Okay. I see. 18 hours. Wow. They're really working you. No sleep, huh? Yeah, I guess that was a weird assumption to me. So all that stuff I'm gonna put on manage game. What was that stuff? Match state, gameplay, paused. All it's checking is what state we're currently in and doing something. So all we need to do is call change state pause, and then we can do stuff. It's pretty simple adaptation. So manage game. Hey, I renamed it. You must propagate. It's still using the old reference. You see, sometimes these things don't propagate. Let's just reload it. You've been part of multiple GTA roleplay servers throughout the years, which has been your escape into game development, but you want to work on an actual game. I started out with modding too. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're well on your way. I see it. It's worming its way into your life. Okay, now it's there. See, sometimes you just gotta reload before it propagates. You modded Sims? I mean, it's game dev. It is. It's just game dev in service to something else instead of like ourselves or whatever. And you have a bunch of infrastructure already there, so you're not having to build an entire game, necessarily. We're gonna change the state. I gotta lock in. But I had to chat with Louise for a second. And give a tulip to Kakaroto. Okay, let's change to manage game dot. I'm gonna look away. Okay. Manage game dot change. Oh. Manage game change state. Manage game change state. States dot. When we press pause, we're gonna request the pause menu. Now I don't actually have a pause menu yet, but that's okay. Make one. Friggin' make one. How about you make a pause menu? Why not? It can just be a little not so big. Okay, so another thing I like to do is I like to actually, if menus are gonna be similar, I like to merge their utility. So like for example, on my other game that I was harvesting some stuff from, the menus are like kind of one menu. Let's see if I can find that. So over here, there's the main menu, and the main menu should be able to deconstruct. Let me see, in here? I thought this was where it was at. Main menu, V-Box. This has gotta be it. It just has to be it. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. Oh, I'm in remote! I was so confused. Okay. Alright, we were in the remote. That's why it wasn't showing up. Okay, but I just need to study this real fast because I like it and I want to use it. And I just don't fully remember how I did it. Definitely a state machine. Big time state machine. Okay. So what this does is it changes the title. So there's that version, there's a small version, And the text will even update to the word paused. That's not reflected here. But basically the menu will have an extra button. If it's the pause menu, it'll just add continue in there. And then it'll like remove start game and it'll add in continue if it's the pause menu. If it's the pause menu, it'll replace this text with paused. And I think it looks a little different too. But they're the same menu. This menu and this menu. They're exactly the same, just with a few changes. So for example, it actually adds in that text. Oh, it changes start game to restart game. And all of that is, once again, another state machine. So the main menu and the pause menu sound pretty similar. I don't know if I want to do that here. You know, that was just kind of for like little games. You know, like little games that I'm just putting together. But this one, I want this to feel premium. But then again, does that mean you need to like cook up a totally different UI? Like if it's the if the player is familiar with a certain way of the menu, then it would be kind of nice if the pause menu was similar. You know what? I think I still do want to combine them. I can always break them apart later. But it could be nice if the pause menu like looked a little different. I don't think it has to look different. I don't know, should it? That's a tough design decision. Well, like New Jank said, if you're deciding between two things, they're both probably pretty good. Code foo, the way of the menu. It's coming along good, Louise. Thanks for asking. But I'll circle back to chat more in 60 minutes, I promise. It's going very well. And I'm adding menu stuff in now, which is kind of fun, I think. All right. So yeah, let's combine menus. I do like doing it. So this is manage menus, manage main menu. So like with that in mind, I kind of would want to do another node here that's like menu UI, and then put that canvas layer in there, which shouldn't cause any problems because we use the %signs, the unique names, which means it should be accessible anywhere. The reason why I'm doing this is just to help me set up the tooling. Oh, I broke the pause button. Uh-oh, I can't exit it because I was mid refactor and now I can't click anything. I have no mouse and I must click. Uh-oh. I think we can end. Huh. That was close. Okay, don't test it again for a minute until you fix it all. So this will just be called menu UI. I am gonna rename this, which means that will break the reference, unfortunately. So let's update that. And I'm gonna combine it into one thing. I'm not gonna design it, even though that's super fun. I'm not gonna design it right now. But what I will do is we can change that from start to like continue. And that's all we'll have for now. So for that, if I want to update that text in a reasonable way, we could just say, I'm actually going to refactor this as well. It does raise some questions, like if I actually need all those different, it doesn't matter, just do it. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. Let's look for everywhere. This is called this manage. Oh, this is getting a little tricky. So maybe there is just one menu. Maybe I don't say a separate main menu. And instead, I put all of this in manage menu. That way it's consolidated one time. Look, okay, we make different choices sometimes. Sometimes we change our mind. So I'm gonna delete this node. I'm gonna get rid of the main menu script. And we're just gonna keep a single manage menus. And manage menus will not need to close any menu. But we can now have this enable menu true or false. And we can call this menu UI canvas instead of main menu canvas. We'll see. I might change my mind about this. I'm not really convinced that this is what I want to do. But I can visualize a path forward this way, and it looks still cool and premium. I think it can still be a premium game and have a matching pause in main menu. Because if I think about it, what I'd like the main menu to be is as unobstructive as possible. You know, I just want it to be some words and some buttons and just get you into the game as soon as we can. And that's kind of what I want on a pause menu too. So, I don't know. I don't think I need to be that complicated. The menu UI canvas, start game button. What I will need to do is decide at some point how we indicate which one we're in. But I'm gonna do an enum here. Enable menu. Let me real quick before I do that, update the reference down here because that's not gonna be true anymore. So this is now manage menus, enable menu. Close any menu isn't there, and now we say manage menus false, enable false. Which, you know, this is a little cleaner anyway. We love that. Okay. So now, that should be fine. I want to have the text change. So let's make a state machine. Another state machine! Static variable menu typed to the menus that I'm about to make. Are you gonna want to call this from outside? Yes, absolutely. Definitely. Static, no, we don't need to make a static. Enum menus, and we will say main and pause for now. This could be a Boolean, right? But I want the infrastructure for other type of menus to be possible. And that means we'll want to be able to change that state. So I will say static func change menu state. Could just say change state probably. Keep it simple. We can propose. I don't know if we need proposals for this. Like maybe, but off the top of my head, I don't see it being necessary at the moment. So I'm not gonna put proposals in there, but it can always be added in. Change state to menus. It could be interesting to have a Boolean return, and then that would be good for proposals. So if it didn't work out, we could put an error up there. We'll see, we'll see. Let's keep it simple. Change state to menus. Simply, I will have menu equal to, and then we're going to match. I guess I could like set it up. Let's set it up similarly, expecting that I might add the proposal in there, and I'll set it after the match. So we'll do the match and say if it's menus main, then we want to make sure that that start game button looks a certain way. So I'm just going to say on main menu, menus pause, on pause menu. So you see, I mean, I use this pattern everywhere. All throughout the game. So it's familiar, I recognize it, I know how to work with it. I'm addicted to this pattern. When it's the main menu, I want the start game button, which is not static. So we'll have to not on ready that. Make that static, get rid of that assignment, and then put that in ready references. Start game button equals the reference. Now we can pull up start game button, and I want its text to be one thing or the other. Probably better if I do like some constants here for this. So let's say const. I could see like a dictionary or something being good here at some point, but for now I'm gonna say main start button string equals start game, and then pause start button string equals start text. Maybe we'll say start text. Start text, start game, continue. Come down here, because I didn't do that in the last implementation, so I'm trying to do it a little better than the last time, although there's a lot of ways I could see to improve it. If it's the main menu, the start game text is going to be main start text. And then if it's the pause menu, it's the pause start text. All right. So simple as that. Now go back to manage game states, and whenever the main menu happens, we enable the menu, but let's add a new parameter in here. Oh, we don't even need to make that public. Actually, I do want to make menus public, but I actually don't need to make change state public, in fact. Because what I'll say is when we try to enable a menu, it can tell us which menu. So let's say which menu, type it to menus, and then indeed. And you know me, I'm gonna put this on a new line. Like that. Come back to the state machine, and now we need to update this. So we have to pick in manage menus a menu type. In this case, it is main, and we're setting it to true. All right. We'll do the exact same thing here. I'll just copy and paste it on gameplay. Now, for false, that would be any of them. That could be a parameter in here. It's not really a state that I'd want to switch to, right? So it might be better if it was just like a parameter that you can add, or it's like optional to choose a menu. But I don't like that much. I think I would rather, so can we do like a null, a none? Oh, none state could be good. So if there is no menu active, we know. That could actually be nice. Okay, yeah, let's do that. It's complexifying. If it's none, I might actually want something to run at that point too. On none menu. On no menu. I kind of hate that that's not staying to the convention. So I'm gonna say on none menu. And then for this one, any menu. On any menu. Which is also kind of confusing because this almost implies if any menu happens, then this should be called. Which maybe it should. Maybe it should. Well, then it raises the question, well, you need to clarify if it's like true or false that we're enabling it or not. It's getting complicated, isn't it? I'm not sure what I'd rather do. Because if I make it... If I make it optional, then I could just call, like, enable true and specify nothing. And then we just have to output, like, a warning. Which, I don't know. It's fine, but, like... There's something about it that bothers me. And if I want... Because what I could do is I could just have, literally, after any of these run, as long as it's not none... I could just have it call this on any menu. And then we could pass the Boolean in here. I could pass an optional Boolean to change state, which since change state is not being called in the same way, maybe that makes more sense, but it does feel weird for this any to live as an alternative to none, main, or pause, since it's not a state that we would ever switch to. Maybe we should switch to the none state. Like, that makes more sense. Okay. That, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I got it. We got there. You know what? Took a second, but we got there. It is kind of weird to say, well, then you don't need the Boolean, right? Oh, I like this. Okay, this is working for me. Okay. Well, then you don't need the enable menu function at all. And we just do change state. Oh, okay. I love it. I live for it. It does start to make me think I want proposals because, like, yeah. I'm not gonna put it in here, but I'm just gonna say it now. I have a feeling I'm gonna want it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So if we ask for a none menu, all we do is we hide. We don't ever need it to be true. We don't ever need to true open every menu. Like it's just kind of like not necessary to even like have that there. So let's say menu UI canvas visible false. Or we could even just do hide. All right. Great. Easy. Wow. I like when that comes together. Very satisfying. I do have to fix some of this, but that's okay. I think this is the only place where I called it. Yeah. So not a big deal. By the way, that was Control-Shift-F, which is a savior. I love being able to just quickly look at stuff. When I use like VS Code, I find that this just isn't as fast for me. It works. You can do something like this. What is it, like Control-Shift-H or something? I don't know. Maybe it is F. I can't remember. But I don't know. It's just, there's something about the way Godot pops it up. I just love it. And it just lets me quickly look at it. I'd probably be used to it if I use VS Code more. Anyway, I didn't mean to take shots at VS Code. So, let's say manage menus, change state to, now we pick which one we want it to be. And that is going to be manage menus dot main. I am realizing an inconsistency, which is a bit pedantic, I admit. I used the word to in the other one, and then in this one, oh, because it's okay, never mind. I was gonna say I'm using proposed state here, but to in the other, but that kind of makes sense because we are proposing it there. We're not in the other place. Okay, never mind. No more pedantry. Let's copy this and see how much simpler it already is. It just looks better. It's cleaner. This is the way. So on gameplay, we want no menu to appear. However, when it's the pause menu, we want the pause menu to appear. Okay, very nice, very clean. Okay, going back to my input that I was making. So when we press the pause button, we need to update the state to pause. Now, it does get a little complicated because there's different scenarios. I am definitely going to take a look at my other project because it's something. So we got all these whens, right? So when the last state was pause, we're going back to gameplay. When the last state was gameplay, we are doing something. Checking to see if the debug menu is relevant, and then we're also running this get paused true, which actually, this is what makes the whole game be paused. Now, when you do this, you also have to make sure that certain scripts are allowed to run during pause, so we'll probably run into that issue as well. It gets complicated! What can I say? It just does, but it's nice to have this stuff down and out of the way, and it works. It's like the basic stuff. And then this other state isn't really relevant to this other game, so we just need this. Okay, so let's go back to the other project, which I just tried to open from this one. And go to change state on pause, and we'll add these extra whens in here. Now, I'll admit, the whens do kind of clutter this up a little bit, but I still like it. I do have an eye on how I could design it a little differently. But for now, I'm gonna stick with it. When last state is... Oh, I forgot I made that. When last state is... Well, it's technically the current... No, the last state. No, we're checking the last state. Wait. The last state is before we do the change. So... That's so confusing. Wait, why don't we just check current state? Why are we doing last state? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess we're just making sure the like updated variable is like functioning. Yeah. All right, no, that's fine. I guess I'd rather do that. I mean, it made more sense here where it was like within the function. Hey, thanks for following, Kareem. Welcome. Appreciate it. Good to have you here. Okay. I don't know. It's tough. I got decisions. I got choices. I got options. I'm thinking I want to do last state is. It is technically going to be the same as is state, but we're going to stay consistent, and I'm going to say if the last state, we press pause, and the last state is gameplay, so states.gameplay, then we pass into the pause, well, I guess we ask for the pause menu. We allow the pause menu. We say, yes, pause menu is allowed. Oh, I gotta put my slash. However, if we press the pause menu when the last state was pause, then instead of doing the pause menu or doing any kind of change successful, all we ask for is, can we run now the gameplay state? That's it. Oh, is it pause menu? I kind of don't like calling that pause menu. I would rather refactor this to paused. It just kind of makes more sense to me. Okay. So when we are, can we just call it pause? Because we already have pause here. I know, it seems pedantic again, but I'm a big fan of consistency. So we're gonna actually call that pause, so it's the same. All right, very good. When we're in gameplay, then we open the pause menu. When the last state is pause, then we go back to gameplay. Now, what if it's the main menu? Well, it'll just automatically handle it because it's gonna reject it. So that's already built in, technically. Although we could make it do something if we wanted. So if we do go to the pause menu, we're going to need a little bit more. Oh, let me refactor this as well to pause. We're gonna need a little bit more than just changing the state to pause in the menus. We're also going to want to pause the game itself. So we're gonna say get tree paused equals true. Now again, this is going, oh! Right, get tree isn't static. Whoa! What do I do about that? Wait, how do I get a static reference? I have no idea. A static reference to the tree. I guess I just assign it to a GD script static reference of scene tree. Yo, I don't have a clue. I just don't know. Or a direct scene tree reference. Oh, maybe we just get a direct scene tree reference. There's probably just another function we can use. Wow. What a situation. I have no idea. Interesting. Okay. Well, here's how I'm gonna try to look into this. I'm going to go to the paused property, which is a property of the scene tree, emitting a signal. Oh, that's a good idea. Is it a signal? I didn't say it, but I am, you are allowed to give me a tip if you have one. Normally I'm like, no backseating, but actually if I'm looking something up, it means like, it's okay if you want to help me. But I don't want to say that because then it's not always true. Yeah, I could like emit a signal that then is received and does the pausing. But then it's like I'm gonna emit a signal and call it back on the same script. Like it would be a workaround, but I don't know that I like it. But it would potentially be a workaround. So I think what I'm gonna try to do is see if there is like a more reliable reference somehow that we can use. Let's see. It's a tricky one. Yeah. Yeah. Is visible in tree. Enter tree. Tree change. Tree root. That's animation tree. Editor plugin. Get tree, which is variable. How could the get tree even be variable anyway? I guess it makes sense. Rendering server tree item. Wow. Like, what about like root? Scene tree. And what if we just ask for root? Like, we can just ask for root. That's not gonna work though, is it? Otherwise, I would have heard about that, probably. Just type the word root. No, it's made up. Completely made up. Well, you could say scene tree, but then that's... I mean, if you do scene tree... A new instance of the scene tree? Doesn't make sense. But... What?! That can't be right. Well, I have to... that's not gonna work, okay? I don't know if I actually have the infrastructure to test this yet. I feel like I'm still like halfway in between everything. Okay, invalid access to root on base object of scene tree. Good. Damn right. Wow, I have no idea how to do this. Yeah, the signal idea is good. Static scene tree. This is a little conundrum. I like it. I like it. Can I access nodes when using static method in C#? It's gotta be a way. It's gotta be a way. But yeah, calling a function somewhere else that does it is an option. But then again, yeah, that's where sick. But then I have to make like some other place. You know? I know this is C#. But maybe it could give inspiration. Get node can only be accessed from a node. It's only accessing instance static methods by getting the scene tree root via scene tree engine get main loop. Wait, you could do that? That's C#, so it's different. There's a method to get... No, it's okay, Louise. Right now. There's a method to get the current scene tree as a variable, and then you can change the pause in it. Well, yeah, but that's the problem. Is... I'm trying to do it on a static function. So if you're talking about get tree, right? We get an error because we can't call get tree from the static function that I'm calling it from. So I can't call a variable. I mean, I'm almost just like, what if I assign the tree? Which feels nuts. Is that it? Is that it? That's what because on the C# I saw that. I was gonna look it up, but I mean, I might not have. Engine get main loop. Returns the instance of the main loop. This is usually it. What is this? This is fascinating. I've never even heard of a main loop in my life. Very interesting stuff. I love learning something. Abstract base class for the game's main loop. Main loop is the abstract base class for a Godot project's game loop. It is inherited by the scene tree. Whoa. Got it. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. It's inherited by the scene tree. I didn't know this. Which is the default game loop implementation used in Godot projects. Though it is also possible to write... What is a loop? Why is it called a loop? It's also possible to write and use one's own main loop subclass inside the scene tree. What? What would you do with that? Upon the application start, a main loop implementation must be provided to the operating system. Otherwise, the application will exit. This happens automatically. Unless a main loop... and a scene tree is created, unless a main loop script is provided from the main command line. Here's just example script implementing a simple main loop. So this is like, if you want stuff to happen when things are loading, that's pretty cool. That's really cool. We're deep. The main thread the game runs. Oh. How cool. So we can like check things on the person's computer and like do some initializing stuff. Emitted when a user responds to a permission request. Wow. That's so cool. Notification received from the operating system when the application is exceeding the allocated memory. iOS specific. Translation. Crash. Oh. You can test, you can like log when things crash or something, or put up a, I don't know, does that make sense? A Discord link? I don't think that's how that works. It crashed. It was really cool. Okay, well anyway, I'm not going to, oh wait, that's where that's where physics process lives? That's where process comes from? Wow. Wait, process returns a Boolean? What? This is not the same process, is it? It's different. Equivalent to node physics process. Okay, that's different. Okay, those are different. Oh, interesting though. But this is also happening. It's just like the engine's physics tick instead of the node's physics tick or something. This method must return a Boolean. True ends the main loop, while false lets it proceed to the next step. I don't even understand what that means. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Very interesting. Godot origins. Very interesting. Thanks, Louise, and Maxi. Okay, great. Let's move on. Get main loop. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet. I think I have to assign it. So what if we say variable tree, and we can give it scene tree. Okay, and then we'll assign it to this. We don't know if that's what it'll be. We certainly hope so. Probably better if I say if not, engine get main loop. Let's do this. Variable loop. This is nuts. Variant equals engine get main loop. Oh no, it returns main loop. Right, that makes sense. Make that equal this. And then we'll say if not loop is scene tree. We need to say something. Scene tree cannot be found. Wow. I'm gonna be a little silly about it so I know it's not an official message. And then we will return false, I guess. No pause allowed. Otherwise, we will then assign the tree to loop as scene tree, and then we'll have the tree. That's wild. Tree paused. Please plant a tree before booting up the game. Oh, well, that's kind of nice, actually. Wow. Look at all that. Static functions, am I right? Okay, well, we'll see if that works. I almost want to put this in its own function. This is wild. Like, make like a helper. So another thing I like to do is make like a helper script. I don't think I've done that here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make this in a helper script. So this I just make a ref counted somewhere. I find it quite useful. Because if I'm gonna be doing other static functions more often, I'm probably gonna want this. So we're gonna say scripts / helpers, and it's just gonna be class name helpers. Now this one I really need to be a static reference. Oh, no you don't. Please, stop. No you don't. Extends, and this is why I'm trying to not do the full static singleton pattern, because now I get to learn cool things like main loop. Extends ref counted, which is just like a little something. It's a little something. And don't worry about it. It's nice. I don't know. It's like a very, very simple base built-in class. Like everything freaking extends from it. Like many things extend from it. And so it just doesn't load as much stuff in a way. It's like the basics. And so in here, I'm gonna actually just turn this into a static function because I don't know, it's just kind of crowding this up here, and I just don't think it's necessary. So I'm gonna pull that out, and we're gonna go to our helper script, and we're gonna make this a function, which is get tree. I guess we should probably call it something else. Get scene tree. And this will return a scene tree or an error, I guess. Return tree. I guess I'll set it up first as like null. And then that way it can return null. Here, put this up here, set up the tree, make it null, and then we'll return tree as null, push the warning, although to be fair, it's giving error, if I'm being honest, but I don't know, I don't even know anything. You got it working? Let's go! Glad to hear that, Dave. If not loop is scene tree. Otherwise, tree equals loop as scene tree, and we return tree. Okay. Now go back to manage game, and we will say variable tree scene tree equals helpers dot get scene tree. So now I have that. I'll probably need to use it again. It's there. And look how much nicer that is. Okay, hopefully that works. Where were we? Yes, pause menu. So we press pause. The when pauses. When it's in gameplay, it runs on pause. We need to do capturing stuff for the mouse. That was like what I was really trying to set up here. If last state is paused, do gameplay. So if I go to this game state script that I'm trying to harvest and take apart, we'll want to say when the game starts, when gameplay starts, the mouse is captured. Oh yeah, so this right here is how we make sure it functions in the pause menu. So this is actually crucial for our game states manager to have, if I'm being honest. So I'm not gonna do separate ready nodes here. I don't know, it just doesn't feel necessary, but if there ends up being more, I always can. So we're gonna set up the process mode, set up the pregame, because this could be, we could say this also only functions when paused. Could also be a thing, but we want it to always be available. And at the start of a gameplay, we want to switch to no menu. We want the player to be walking, and we want the mouse to become captured. I could see, you know, I kind of want like a separate function for updating the mouse mode, if I'm being honest. But, nah, maybe later. Hello, morning, Morph! Change state. Get tree paused. So we already are doing that. If it's paused, it automatically does the pause for us. We also need to make it not paused. So that is very convenient here, to have this at the top of states, although it does betray the proposal system. So, it's kind of a little messy. So I would actually rather not doing that. But it does remind me we need to make sure we set unpause. So if the last state, basically just if the last state was pause, we know we want to unpause. We could do a special check for that. We could do like a match We could do a match for the last states, actually, which could be interesting. Could be very interesting. But we could alternatively check for, well, because it could be, because what else would it go to? Who knows? Gameplay. If you open another menu from there, if you press an option in the pause menu that takes you to something, I don't know, where it needs to be unpaused. I don't know what that would be. But maybe in theory, I wouldn't want to have to worry about that. So this is an experiment. Okay. It's just an experiment. But I'm gonna try. Well, but Lise, you would only want to do this if we're already paused. Oh, it's a little confusing. No, because we know the last state is pause. So if you've changed from any state from pause, if you've changed to any state from pause, we know we want to unpause. That's just a fact. Oh yeah, game state matchmaker. I can't believe it's already been 80 minutes. Like almost 75 minutes, 70 minutes, 70 minutes, 70, 65. I can do math sometimes. Match last. I don't. There's something I don't like about this. I just want to say, there's something about this I don't like. But I'm gonna do it for now until I come up with something better. If the last state, because I just want to keep moving. If the last state is pause, then. I mean, I could make an unpause. That'd be fun. I have feelings about this approach right now, but I'm gonna stick with it anyway. So func on unpause, which feels weird not putting it near pause, even though I like to put things in order without interruption. I do feel like it belongs there. It's getting weird. Can you just do pause with a boolean? With an optional boolean? Can we do that? And then we'll just say pause false. I think I would prefer that. And then we'll say indeed boolean, and by default it's true, but we'll say if not indeed. Well, you could even just pass that right here into tree paused directly. But we'd also want to make sure that we change the state. So why don't you move this up here? Put this here. I guess we want that first. First, update the pause state. Then we can say, if we're not pausing, there's a lot of different ways we can handle this, but I'm gonna say, if we're unpausing, then we call show no menu, which could be wrong. You know, there could be some point where I'm opening another menu, you know, and this could actually cause some kind of an issue. I'm not really sure yet. I mean, if you press pause and then go to quit, we would want it to take down. This actually might be kind of clean if I think about it, because then it would take down the pause menu, behind the scenes, reconfigure it to the main menu, and then show the main menu. Which I've definitely had that problem where it was immediately going between the two menus, and there was like some weird stuff that the player could do. Like you could like glitch the game if you pressed something really fast between those two state changes. But now, if we're guaranteeing that the menu just gets shut down in between, that might actually be a nice safety. It depends if I design the none to be safe, but still, there's, yeah, you know what? I'm okay with this. So we say none, and then we don't actually need to continue. So on pause, we would actually say false. So being pause. Oh my God, I almost did that again. In this case, when pause is requested, it will be denied. But it's not really being requested. You'd be requesting some other state. So in fact, Lise, I think you'd want to say true. This system kind of falls apart a little bit there, right? That's why I think I don't like this. I think you would want to check this after you know it's successful. That way we're not even thinking about success. Either way. Now that does mean that this is pushing a Boolean that we don't use. Right? On pause just happens and it doesn't matter. We're not assigning it to anything. Obviously we could clarify if that's like denied or something. It gets a little nuts. I don't know. These are some new things we're trying, so I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it so we can keep moving. Manage menus, change state, manage menus, pause. So we're not gonna return, well, we can return false, but it doesn't really matter. It kind of doesn't matter what we return, honestly. If I'm being truthful. Although, to be fair, if for some reason false came through here and it wasn't supposed to, we'd probably want to know that. So, you know what? You could even make it indeed if you want it to be, like, really weird. And then put that in here. Kind of a weird setup, but I'm gonna roll with it. Okay, so then that's unpausing. As for... Oh yeah. Mouse capture. If we're in gameplay, we want the mouse to be captured. So come back over here and say on gameplay. First, it gets rid of all the menus. Then, we already got that. Captures the mouse. Perfect. Wow, okay. When it's paused, we make the mouse visible. Or main menu, we want it to be visible. So any menu. Now I could move this to the manage menus. See, this needs to go on input, girl. Put this on input. This is manage input all day, every day. Put this right here. Say static func mouse capture state. Or change mouse capture state. Another state machine, baby. Variable, static variable. Mouse capture state. And that's gonna be typed to this enum. Mouse capture states. You could even, I feel like you could even put these in there if you really wanted. I don't know, like that might actually work. I don't know if it will. Hell, you could even just type it to input whatever this enum is, whatever that enum is. I feel like we could just type it to that. Wait, let me see what that is real quick. Mouse mode. Mouse mode visible. I'm very excited about this prospect. Mouse mode visible. Enum mouse mode. Okay, so if we just go to mouse mode in input, okay, that's what we want to put in there. As the type. Then I don't even need an enum because it already exists. Input mouse mode. Bam. And by default, we want the mouse to be there. So then we would say input mouse mode dot visible. All right. And now we can type our change mouse capture state to again, just to route it through here, to have control of the flow of information. Like I could just use the built-in thing, but then I would lose control of the flow of when things are happening. And I can put a debug here. I can just be in control of that instead of just having all of these like input changes all over the place. It's just something, when I see that, it just makes me uncomfortable. When I see those like these just floating around, I don't like it. Okay, this is pretty cool. So let's say input or mode, input mouse mode, and all we have to do is say the input mouse mode equals the mode, and that's it. So I don't even know that I need the current state right now. Like maybe it'll be good to know someday. I don't know. Right now, I don't really need it, to be honest. But who knows? Maybe I do want it at some point. So it's there. Probably would be better to use the built-in and ask for it than store it. Truly. But now we're in control of the timing. Anyway, cool. So when the gameplay starts, manage input. Dot change mouse capture state and input dot mouse mode. When it's gameplay, it's visible, or captured. And if we are in paused, it just looks so much better to me now. If we're in paused, I'm already uncomfortable with this, to be honest. I'd almost want to use this too for it, but I'm not going to right now. I'm gonna chill. But this one, I feel like it's worth it. This is very confusing to look at, I'll be honest. Let me do like a little region on unpause. I don't know, just so like I have like a visual cue, because there's something about it that just looks a little weird to me. And I could see myself spending way too much time staring at it. So we'll just do that. So now it's pretty clear. We want it to be visible at that state. Okay. Great. Oh, we are doing it. What are we doing? Are we doing 2 indent or 1 indent? I don't know. I'm still kind of deciding about my indent syntax. All right. What other ones? Go back to game state that we're harvesting. Main menu, it needs to be visible as well. Okay. So that should be the last thing on here. And then this script is done for. Don't need it. Main menu. Show the menu. And make the mouse visible. Alright. And let's get rid of that auto load that we're not going to use anymore. So delete it. And I'm going to delete the script as well. Alright. So where are we at? I'm going to hit play. We have a mouse. Nice. I'm going to press start game, and we got gameplay, baby. All right, let's try pause. We are so paused. Now, a menu didn't show up, but maybe because I forgot to tell it to show up. But we got the cursor. Unpause is not working, by the way. So let's see why. Literally nothing. Oh, I forgot, I guess, to make input. Forgot to make input be available when. So we want to say process mode equals. I kind of almost want to make a function for this too, a state machine for that, but one at a time. This should be always available. Okay, now try it. But one more thing, can we try to get that menu showing? Pause, 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 pause. So we know that this is happening because it does pause. We know that this is happening because the cursor becomes available. However, hi, welcome, Sarah. Good to see you. Hello. Hope you're doing good. But the menu doesn't seem to be doing a darn thing. So let's see why. On pause menu, does not show the menu. So, right, I was gonna make this on any menu thing. Wait, how do we show the, Wait, how do we show the start? How does that appear? Is it already visible? Because I wanted it to not be visible so we could, like... Oh, it is already visible. Okay. Well, make it not visible. And then... I want to say if any of these get called... Let's say static func on any menu... Return void, and then menu canvas show. So for none, or for all, for any, we could just put it in here for now. Could be some wacky, cool way to do it, but what if we just don't? All right, let's test. So technically, it's gonna start without a main menu. So if we see start game, we know we're doing the right thing. All right, we got start game. So far, so good. Press start game. We're playing. Now I'm gonna press pause. And we got a pause menu, baby. Press continue. Ah, continue doesn't work. You know why that doesn't work? Because I need to set the menu script to also be process mode always. It's the process mode thing. I really think that we could do a manager for this, because it does get a little confusing to keep setting that up. So I mean, for now, I'm just gonna put it in there, but I'm gonna keep an eye on maybe doing that differently. Okay, start it. You can control, press pause, or continue. Bam! Menu system. And then we get to try to break it. Now, it would be nice to have like a quit game, right? And we go back to the main menu. But yeah, the basics are kind of there. The basic plumbing is in. We love basic plumbing. At a minimum, basic plumbing. All right. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Great success, or at least some success. Now it's great success. No, but you know what? It worked out. It worked out. I was only scared for a second. All right, I'm gonna do 30-minute break, which means I'm gonna chill, chat, or play games or whatever we have time for. Wow. Very good. Excellent. No complaints. Now, whether I'm gonna get my cool in-game menu today, I'll at least try a little bit. I'll definitely try a little bit. No, I gotta try. That's gonna be a whole other thing. At least you didn't forget to make your pause menu interactable when paused. That was hard to get out of when my mouse was in capture mode. It is! I know. No, I had that just a second ago. I found, pulling up the task manager helped me escape. No, isn't that kind of terrifying? You're just like, yeah, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? It's definitely like a panic mode feeling, a little bit. It's like claustrophobic. Got another set of sheets, a different layout. It sounds like you got it set up too. Browser doesn't have a task manager. Oh, yikes. Well, I guess there's the console. Maybe. Had to quit the old browser. Oh man. I wonder if the console would work if you pulled that out. Oh man. Also been there. Oops. That was an actual oops. I dropped some spinach curry on my keyboard. It happens. At least it wasn't soup. That's the worst. That's why I'm not allowed to have soup when I stream. For a stream snack. Terrible stream snack, because invariably I will spill it on my keyboard. And that's no good. But a little curry sauce never hurt anybody. Is anyone allergic to curry? Probably someone's allergic to curry. So except for people allergic to curry, it hurt them. All better. I'm doing really good. Thanks. I mean, let's see. Oh, so y'all helped pay for a standing desk that I set up in my home office, which is just now a desk in our living room. So I've been able to do more off-stream work for stuff like the stream and the game jam and my games, because I'm not like hurting myself by like putting my elbows in weird places and craning my neck and my arms in weird places. So that has been really nice, actually. A little too nice, actually. I've been spending like extra hyper-focus time there. I was trying to find one that like wasn't electric, and I couldn't find a good one that wasn't electric. And I typed in like the electric ones, and there was just hundreds of them. Kind of amazing how many are being mass produced. So I was like, okay, I'll get one. And I'm testing it out, and I think I'm gonna get another one using the support y'all give and put it here. Because right now I only have a nightstand as my desk. My desk is literally a nightstand, okay? With a bunch of crap on it. And I mean, look, it gets the job done. But I don't know, it's not great. You might have just seen a second ago, I was going to lean and I fell off it because it's kind of small. I thought it was like big brain. The first time I set it up, I was like, I'll have plenty of room to like move around. Like, what do we do? Are we doing exercise streams? Like, no, I don't need room to move around. So I think I'll get one for here, and then we can do standing redeems, and I'll stand sometimes. That could be fun. It might bring a different vibe too. Like standing up. I don't know. It just could be like a different vibe. So anyway, yeah, that's something. If I were to say something is happening, that happened. You're struggling big time showing Hello World on a label? Oh yeah, Maxie, in the... I don't even think I knew what a Boolean was at that time. I think I had to have y'all explain a Boolean to me. Yeah, that... I think... Do I have... I must have that as a command. If I don't, I really should. If not here somewhere. I really should have that as a command. I made it a command, right? Right? Probably. I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't make it a command. Well, that's okay. I really should. Okay. Anyway. What was removed was not the eject button, but the locking mechanism that locked the carts in place. People would rip the carts out like they had in every previous console. That makes so much more sense. Oh, you got something on Discord? Derek said 9 days left and you're almost good to go. I love to hear that. You out at 90 at the end of the life cycle? There were some good games that came out on the SNES at the end of the life cycle. Some of the like best ones came out at the end, I think. Enjoying your new corner? What does that mean? Kai Guy said, you always must have had the text coding passion and or mindset in there somewhere. Oh, I don't know if Kai Guy is here. So I'll wait until I know Kai Guy's here to answer it. I really need to set up that queue. I've been planning to set up a queue that are things that I want to make sure I come back to on breaks. That would be a good thing to go in there. How will I remind? That's a great question. I love that question. I know Kai Guy can only pop in here and there. What if I get this like notepad file and I paste it and then I put it always on top. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. Just leave it on the screen at all times. Okay, maybe not at all times. Let's put it over here. Maybe I'll remember. I doubt it was most Americans. There are some people that tear things up just because they enjoy it. I know that's right, Vinge. Anjek says, it's kind of conversational etiquette that if you are going to make a provable claim, you should be prepared to provide references. Hell yeah. Granny coded like an old lady. Your teammates said that your project seemed Granny coded. I see. I was like you coded your game like an old lady? I see. Like the room looks like it belonged to an old lady. Got it. Yeah, maybe not what you're going for. I get that. Darn America. I know, it's like, look, there's a lot of things you can blame the American government for. And certain people in the United States. But like a blanket American thing is just kind of, I don't know, doesn't really hold up to scrutiny. Teen toys, Funko Pops, oh that makes sense. Action figures, board games, plushies. Nice, good list. Action Man, Barbie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Star Wars 2. Sam is making a game and your biggest weakness came up. We talked about that. We talked about this. Yes. Yep. Yep, talked about that. Modding is a gateway to a harder substance. Game dev. So dangerous. Louis says, I watched a ton of tutorials on Godot. Oh, hello, Antoine. Welcome back. We got vibes. If nothing else, we got vibes. And some game dev. Yeah, I think I like your vibe, too. How you doing? We're taking a break right now from code. A little chat time, a little hang time. Louise watched a ton of tutorials on Godot that you should start small so you can get to the finish line. Yes. But whenever I think of something small, I overthink it and just give up because I feel it won't be fun. I mean, if you're still here, Louise, game jam. Find you a game jam because the game jam is going to give you that pressure in the last moments to say, forget that big idea I had. Forget that it doesn't sound fun. I just got to get it done. I just got to finish it or I'm not going to make it in time. You know, it gives that pressure to just throw your slop out and let it be. And oftentimes it's not as slop as you were worried it would be. Modding is really fun, and you love games that come with a mod kit or a way to do it out of the box. Yes. I know. Well, yeah, I was thinking about that, Louise. I've been, thinking that, should I make my game be moddable? I don't know, man. I mean, Steam Workshop, you know, offers a lot of like integration possibilities, and I think there's like Godot plugins that help with that. I don't know, man. I don't know. My game's gonna be a very political game. So that also scares me with modding. I probably shouldn't. Like, my game's not gonna be wildly popular, okay? Like, I'm a realist. Some people are gonna maybe play it. But like, I don't want all the modding stuff to be like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know, I'm not even gonna say it. Maybe it'll be fine. But then, okay, so forget that. The real thing is like, this game is already gonna take me so much time. Do I really want to add in modability? I don't know. But it's cool. It's a cool thought, and some of y'all have. Some of y'all make little games and you put modding in there. So I think it's not really like necessarily the hardest thing. It's just like one more thing. The game where the alien eats people? Yeah, it's gonna be super. Mine you're asking about, or someone else's? Yeah, it's gonna be very political, highly political. Its whole deal is political. I mean, it's an RPG game about aliens invading Earth when Earth is on the cusp of World War III. That's like the premise. It's the base. That's where we're starting from. You know. And then you are able to, like, as the alien, guide the geopolitics of the planet. That was kind of redundant. Geopolitics of the planet. Like the whole idea for this game for me came from just like being frustrated with politics and things in the world, and being like, you know, what'd be cool? What if some aliens invaded and just like fixed everything? That would be neat. But since it's an RPG game, I also want you to choose if you want to come through and ruin everything as well. It's up to you. But it's gonna be tough. Like, you're gonna think you're fixing things, but it's gonna turn out it actually made things worse. I'm not messing around. My plan is to have lots of choices that the player can make, a wide variety of choices. I have a feeling I'm going to be overwhelmed by that as I get deeper into the complexities of the implications of trying to set up a game like that. But I don't care. I'm devoted to try. Ruin part is a basic premise of War of the Worlds. Just aliens coming to... I feel like it's a very common theme. Aliens attacking and destroying the world. But no, War of the Worlds has come up a little bit in my research. It's that they like feed off of humans, right? There's something that they have, which is actually very similar to my game, because part of the potential motivation for the aliens to ruin Earth is to harvest human beings, because human beings allow them to grow arms and legs that they don't have otherwise. But they have to eat and kill the human in order to get that. So it's pretty messed up. Hey, Frank. It's kind of messed up. And then I realized that Mass Effect has an ending that's kind of like the idea I have, where aliens come in and save everything. Kind of. It's not quite the same, but kind of. Where you can redirect the Reapers. Spoiler alert. I don't know. There's many endings, so is it really a spoiler? Spoiler alert, Mass Effect trilogy. You ready? There's an ending where you can choose to redirect the aliens who are invading the Reapers to be a benevolent force and to help society. Anyway. Mod communities are so nice and warm and ready to help. At least the ones I've been a part of. True. Yeah, it would be nice to like foster a community like that, right? I don't know. Disron says, personally, I like the menus from the early 2000s games. They just had a lot of more style. Think about stuff like Warcraft 3 or Heroes of Might and Magic. Yeah, I think minimalism is a big thing right now, and I'm kind of in favor of it. But on the other hand, I did love cool menus from the old days. I did. And maybe I'm also just like kind of biased because I want to do what I see other games doing that I think is effective, in my opinion, or whatever. But, you know, I guess to me, I want to emphasize, honestly, I just want the game to shine, and I want the player. I feel like I don't know. And this is just, I don't know, I'm just rambling. I don't know. I'm not saying this is true, okay? But in my mind, back in those days, again, I'm not saying this is true. It's just an opinion. It's not even an opinion. It's like a thought. That in those days, we really like hunkered down and would like own a game and have a game and like play the game. We weren't like necessarily constantly going through a stream of games. Like kind of like with renting games and stuff like that. But there were less games overall. Games felt like more like you're immersing yourself in an experience. At least maybe it was like when I was young too. I don't know. Whereas I feel that now, if you're wasting the player's time, if the player isn't getting launched right into the game right away, you know, you're gonna lose them. But I don't even think that's necessarily true. I don't. But that's like kind of the thinking that I'm coming from. Why I want like a minimal menu is so that way I'm lowering the amount of time between the player starting the game and the player experiencing the game. But I don't know, it's really just an opinion thing. Recorded the menus? Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Of course they have. Of course they have. I wouldn't expect any less. Truth be told. We'll look at one. Oh god, it's kind of ugly, isn't it? I think this is hideous. But, oh, it's cool. Okay, wait a minute. But it's cool. When I said hideous, I meant these buttons. This like blue. God, I kind of hate it. But this animation, this is nice. This is basically the menu I want to make, actually. This is basically the menu that I want. I want the options on one side and there to be gameplay stuff, some part of the world of the game back here. I mean, this is basically the menu I want to make. The only difference is, instead of having like these like chunky buttons with a weird stretched out search icon, come on. Look at this. It's stretched out. It's not even, it doesn't even, but it would just be the words with like maybe a like maybe there would be like a black transparent like background. But pretty much this is pretty much what I want to make, honestly. And I want, you know, the opening cutscene or something, or the opening place where the player starts the game to just be right there. Actually, you know what? I like it. When I said hideous, yeah, it was the colors. That's what I meant. Yeah. No, the 3D animation is awesome. I was just talking about the colors when I said hideous, to be clear. Wait, what's the other thing you said? I'll check it out. What was it? H-O-M-N-M. What do those letters mean? I don't know what those words mean. So I can't look at that one. Oh, Heroes of Might and Magic. Thank you. Heroes of Might and Magic. I'm not gonna catch up if I don't hurry. Oh wait, menu, main menu. There's probably like different ones, right? Number 5? I've never even heard of this, and you're telling me there's more than 5? 17 years ago. Whoa. I love this. I think this is dope. This run, I'm all for this. This is exactly what I want. This is like exactly what I want. Literally. Is something related to the game playing in the background and the options. 100%. I love this. When you said what you said, I was not expecting this. I was expecting something different. I don't know what I was expecting. But to me, this is very contemporary. Like, what would I don't even know what the difference would be for a modern menu. I feel like it stayed pretty similar. This is so cool. I guess maybe there's like less likely to be something awesome happening in the background. Maybe typically it's just a little more plain. This is great. I love this. Super cool. Great. We agree then. Okay, all of that. Too early in the morning for maths. It's only 3 a.m. here, and I've been at it for an hour. Couldn't sleep. Dang. Halo 3's main menu? I probably would. You knew it indeed was coming. Saw it from a mile away. I'm very predictable. What's Teal'c? Speaking of, I met Christopher Judge at a con a long time ago. Christopher Judge. Who's that? That's when I realized con work is tiring for actors. I asked about his role in Dark Knight Rising. Oh, I got lost. At the time, uncredited, and he just nodded and signed my photo, indeed, because the 150 people before me only talked about Stargate. That's a pretty cool story, actually. It's kind of fun when you're like go to a celebrity and you're like I got something that's gonna make me stand out. I've definitely done that before. It was embarrassing mostly, but also kind of cool. Morph needs to figure out best practices for web. Capture just takes over control and the user can't even access. Yeah, it sucks for web. Luckily, you got a pause menu before you update the playtest. Yeah, exactly. Just put it in the pause. It's still. I mean, I feel like if people are playing web games, they're kind of used to things being a little wacky sometimes. You know. You want a standing desk? Seems ergonomical. It is. The flexibility is great because even sitting down, Derek, it's really, really nice because I can just make it be higher or lower. Sometimes, my arms, I want them at a different place. You should get one. It's worth it. Assembly was interesting, but not the worst. It could have been worse. Talked about that. Okay, Discord. We have a raising standing desk. I'll do it before we start. We have a raising standing desk, but it is downstairs, and I don't like coding downstairs. Not gonna be hauling that heavy thing upstairs. Yeah, you really can't. Like, where you build it is where it lives. Period. Yeah, you have to like wherever you're coding, for sure. You steal that Nightstein from someone's grandma? Where did this come from? I don't remember where this came from. I stole it from our house. It was literally my actual nightstand, and I switched it Now, and then I used a chair for a while. Just a chair with my stuff on it. Don't desk shame. No, it's not a desk. It's not. The desk is more of a state of mind. It's the most ADHD thing I've ever heard. It's among them. It's among them. You got the SNES after our family had the PS1, but it holds a special place because it was first. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah. You got it in a bargain bin for $50. That's amazing. Trying to imagine Granny Code. Is that like Commodore Basic Machine Code all done in subroutines? Yeah, right. What would Granny Code be? The kind of code that only a granny could know. Fire Emblem Thracia 776 was one of the games released on the SNES. Oh, nice. Like near the end of the cycle. I haven't played that one. Code rarely looks neat, but you do quickly learn to cut corners and give up on perfection when jamming. Yeah, and that's kind of like why I wanted to start working on a bigger project too, was I was kind of getting tired of I don't want to be perfect, but I was getting tired of like just slapping things together and having all this stuff that was like really hard to like work with later because I just quickly mashed it in. I want to be a little bit more nurturing of my code. Not overly, because that's not good either, but enough that, I don't know, I just am not rushing all the time. But still, it's a good skill to have to rush also. Difficulty of modding depends on how much modding you allow. Yeah, right, like if it's just like skins or something, not that bad. Yeah. Stuff you have open. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate this. David created an animation tester scene to make sure the sprite sheets are all correct. Nice. Yes, tooling. I love tooling. Aliens coming to wreck the world as it's on the cusp of a massive... Oh, I didn't know that. Well, now I definitely need to study. I watched War of the Worlds when I was like younger, but I don't really remember much. Other than people getting vaporized. If you like that kind of story, you might like The Seep by Chana Porter. Oh gosh. It looks like I have to add more chat time again because I have to write that down. I gotta write that down! I should write down War of the Worlds too. I actually already have all this open. Okay. Story studies. From chat. Okay, from chat, we got it. Oh, I gotta put Project Hail Mary on here. Y'all have been telling me about that. And War of the Worlds. In the book, they just wanted our resources. Book 2. And then The Seep by Chana Porter. Notes took. What if what Europe did to Africa was done to Europe by some much more powerful outside force? Oh, that's cool. Ooh, I like that premise. That's really interesting. Sarah had an idea for a sci-fi game or movie where AI was programmed to be more ethical than humans themselves. Whoa. Humans mess up everything, but AI tries to fix what humans messed up. Free idea for anyone. Just remember me when you're rich. That's pretty cool. I mean, you know, having that like fantasy of like things being fixed. There's something nice about it. Like, I don't expect that to ever happen, so where else am I gonna put it than fantasy? We deserve to freedom dream once in a while. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Freedom dreaming is a radical act of resistance. That's the last thing they want you to do. So do it. Be proud. Working on a game about the Bosnian War. There you go. The Bosnian War. That's very political. Where we get like the probably kind of offensive term, balkanization, right? That's the same thing, right? I had a Serbian friend, a good Serbian friend. I mean, she's still my friend, but it's just I haven't seen them in a long time. And I mean, it's just I mean, seemed like a really, really bad time. That's seemed like bad stuff. But I remember they were talking about how they really hate that word, balkanization. Like, it's almost like dehumanizing to just like turn it down into that. But not everyone's gonna feel that way. Sounds like a cool game also, Sam. I think there's like themes like Civil War type stuff is definitely something I'm very interested in. When the alien, the first level on Earth, you're gonna land in a country in the midst of a civil war. Technically, the world's in a civil war if you think about it. Isn't that what a world war is? I don't think so. 6 people have recorded the menus. We talked about that. Either instant action or Bethesda like 5-minute intro. Never anything in between. Yeah. Right. I feel like we indies can't get away with the long intro. Going to Blockbuster VidBiz was such a great experience. It was! I loved it. It was such a treat to like look and see the actual games. It was in the same country. Hey, welcome back, Louise. Oh yeah, you were talking about overthinking games. I responded to that saying, game jams can be really helpful to just force you to like do the thing. It looks like I gotta add more time. To just force you to just do the thing. 1 minute, that's supposed to be a 2-minute button. Thank you very much. What did I rename it to? Okay. It was. It just looking at games and picking them up and reading the back of the box. It was so cool. So much more interesting than scrolling through pages and stuff. Something could really catch your eye in a different way. You know, granted, there was no preview often, right? So you often wouldn't actually like get a good idea of what the gameplay was like, whereas now you can at least watch like videos and stuff. So it wasn't all great, but still it was a really nice experience. Like at the end of the week, you know, if you were lucky, you had some extra money, you could go down there and you'd see everyone else there too. Yeah, it was super cool. Yeah, hop into a game jam. Yeah, exactly. You buy chocolate, even more than 5 options. That choice paralysis is real. Don't make games like they used to. They kind of don't. You can add weapons to characters. Nice. They're made for CRT screens with like 256 colors. Very garish. Oh, palette. Okay, that's fair. It had a practical reason. That is so fair. Insane says, my buddy Michael saw a tweet that said the PS3 is as old now as the NES was when the PS3 released. Wow. Time keeps on ticking. There's only one third one. That's the only game. All right. Heard. 6 is refined. Most modern menus are super bare bones. Yeah. Oh, I'd love Halo's menu. Same thing that you stuff at the background. Okay, thank you. I was like, I hope there's a link. Okay, we're officially overtime. It's official. It's overtime. Nice. Yeah, just that. It's such a vibe. It's just like, it starts out like immersing you right away. I like that. You know, you're getting to be part of the world even before you press play. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Whoa! It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Yes. Christopher Judge played TLC in Stargate SG-1, nowadays more known as Kratos from God of War. Oh, gotcha. So that really was like an obscure thing you pointed out. Robot series by Asimov. Alright. Robot. I got it open. Robot series by Isaac Asimov. Written. Alright, I think I've caught up. Bungie also did that for Halo 1 and 2 as well. Nice. There's no scene tree pause for us. That might be a good thing. Alright, let's check out Derek's thing on Discord and then get back into it. We're talking about menus. I'm like, I want to make a menu now. Not obscure. Stargate. Whoa, no. I meant you recognizing them as being in the Dark Knight Rising. I didn't realize that they were in like these big things too. Cause I didn't know who they were. Yeah. All right. This is for the Game Like Jam. People sharing their progress. Coke, aka Derek, has a working elevator. It was confusing, Morph, to be fair. But also, you might want to sleep. Wow. It looks kind of similar to the hospital that you were building in your other game. I like that you're kind of like building on stuff too. Judge's character in Dark Knight has a hat on at all times. For all you know, that is that other character. Whoa. Crossover. So it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you're going for the aesthetic of Minecraft, but gameplay-wise, it's doing its own thing. I like that, and I think that's a good example for people to see, like, you don't have to make your games for the Game Like Jam be strictly exactly like the game. You know, you can take inspiration on something that you're inspired by, and if that's the visual aspect, heck yeah. Decided to go the video vlogger way. There's a nice coin sound. You kind of can't hear it, but it's nice. Go to the Discord, check it out. You can hear it. Wait, what's video vlogger about it? Oh, I see! Up in the corner. Nice. Nice. Very scary. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of like a Blair Witch or something like that. It is a liminal space. Supernatural radioactive vibes. There's a major attack happening on one of our major cities. Can you go in undercover to find out more about what's going on? Alright. Let's get into it. By the way, Game Like Jam right there. Gonna be explorative. That's Minecraft-ish. Okay, let's do another 80 minutes. We'll see how much I can get done in this time. I'm not saying it's gonna be the last 80 minutes, but I also didn't get the most sleep myself. Good night, Sam. Yeah, yo, you go get sleep. You go get sleep. So I might see if I can get enough done in this next section, and then we'll do another break, and then I might go. Or what often happens, I just haven't quite finished by the end, and I'm like, no, I need more time, and I stay here another 2 hours. So we'll see. But I'm trying to keep in mind that I might want to consider stopping after one more cycle, and I consider a cycle a work session and a chill session. Each floor is limited, so you can't go to the next floor until you found a key to unlock. You're like gamifying it. I like that. All right, so we got some very good success here. Actually, I've got, when the game starts, I got a pause menu. Now it's not, look, it's not like designed yet, because I'm just trying to get the basics there. So when it starts, we've got our cursor, we can move. Start game appears. It isn't actually there at first. It does in fact appear. And then we press that, and now the mouse is captured and we can control the character. If I press the pause key, the menu pops up. We can move the mouse. You know what I'd like to do next? I'd like to do quitting the game. Although for now, I'm just gonna have it reload everything. But that would be nice. And then I want to do my cool, weird, super wild in-game menu, which is gonna be fun. All right. So for quitting, this should be easy enough. We just need to add another button, and that button could exist in the main menu too. That's a thing that exists in main menus. Is quitting, is exiting. So I don't think that needs, because I'm sharing the same menu for both the pause and the main menu, and so some buttons will show up in one menu but not the other. But I think that could be in both. You know, I'd probably want something more like save and quit. I don't know. The other thing that this game is going to have that I'm terrified about is save scumming. Because when you have a game where choices matter and there's like tons and tons of different choices, I feel that you need to be able to constantly save. So that way, if you screw up, you can go back to a previous save. I don't even know where to start with that. Like save, like I've made save systems, but that was just like saving values. I don't know. Like this would be that too, but like scores. Like I was saving scores, not like which direction the player was facing, where they were standing, what all the states in the world were, and what items they had and how much of each item. Like it's actually very frightening. I don't even know. Maybe it's easier than I realized, but anyway. I'm afraid of that. So let's just not panic about that. And we're gonna say, well, it would be different, wouldn't it? Because it'd be like, go back to main menu. We wouldn't want you to quit, actually, from the pause menu. I mean, you could. I don't know. I feel like you should go back to the main menu. Okay, actually, those are different things. So maybe we'll just say, I'll hold off on quit. I just want to try going back to the main menu. So maybe we'll just call it like exit game button. Oh, I don't know. Maybe back to main menu. Back to main menu button. I think I'd rather call it that. Put the idea of save scumming in the bin. If you don't have the skills to make a full save system, then make save points. I'm definitely not putting it in the bin. I mean, I'm 100% gonna make save scumming. But I see what you're saying, save points. I mean, that still sounds hard to me. They both sound hard. But you're right, there's more, you're right, that is a lot simpler. We're gonna do it, they're gonna do it, if not, then not. All right, you know what, y'all, I will take your pushback and consider it. Like as a fan, so this is like, I'm making a game in like basically my favorite genre right now. And as someone who loves that genre, I would be very upset to play a game that did not have that. So it's also coming from that perspective too. Yeah, I don't know. But heard. And maybe by terrified, I also mean I'm excited. But also terrified. Okay, we want to set up this back to main menu button. Don't try to prevent people from saving whenever they want. It's different if you don't have the skills to make a full save system. Put scumming in the bin. Don't try to prevent people. No. That's what I want. I'm not really sure what you're saying, but that's okay. Wouldn't be the first time. We try to understand each other, though. That's what matters. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I want to make a system where you can save anywhere. You can pause the game at almost any time, maybe not in the middle of a cutscene, right? But at any time during normal gameplay, you can press the pause button, hit save, and have that to come back to. You know, maybe we're miscommunicating on the term save scumming. Yeah. That's what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. Just like in Fallout or I feel like Baldur's Gate does it too. Baldur's Gate 3. Skyrim, all those games. That kind of stuff. Okay, back to main menu button. Let's set it up. Back to main menu button. Gonna copy the name to the reference, paste it on in. I should look at chat less so I can lock in, but if you need to say goodbye and you want my attention, you can use any of these commands and it will make a noise in my face. Oh, hey, welcome, Adorkable. Hello. Sounds like the hard choice here is if you want multiple save slots available. If so, do you want a different file per slot or allow multiple saves within a file? After that, it's a choice of how to serialize the data and which data you want to get, which is tedious but not hard. Yeah, tedious. Yeah, you're right. It's tedious. That's what I'm afraid of, is the tediousness. Yeah. Also, welcome. Good to have you here. Okay, I'm locking in. If it seems like I'm ignoring chat, I probably am, but sometimes I catch things. Until this timer's up. Yeah, of course. I'd love to hear about whatever you're developing, if you wanna share. Although, that's okay if not too. But I'm here. Well, I'm kind of here. I'm also locking in. But I check back after the timer's up, and sometimes in between. Menus. Now, my ADHD, it makes it hard for me if I don't lock in. Menus, none, main pause. And it sure is Distron. We want to say that when that button gets pressed, on back to main menu. 2 hard problems at comp site, naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. I don't even know where to start with that. Save scumming is when you're using save states to your advantage rather than taking losses. Right. For instance, whereas Alt 4 before dying is a common form. Say, oh, thank you. Okay, when we press on back to main menu button, back to main menu button pressed. We want that function to happen. I don't know if I like this wording. Yeah, I'd kind of rather this be on start game pressed, on back to main menu pressed. I don't know, it's pedantic, but it reads better to me. And I like my code to be readable. On back to main menu pressed, and then when that happens, I mean, we're just gonna reload the game. Now, this is another thing I like to do, and I've started doing, is I like to have a whole separate manager just for resetting things. And I think I'm definitely going to want that for this project. So in this other project, I had manage resets. And what this is just kind of like, it just holds all of the things that could possibly reset. So it's often calling stuff on other scripts. So we've got clearing the level. This was a procedural generation like rogue game. So it would clear all of these things, right? It would handle the reset of the level. Apparently we destroy the game. All kinds of different, whatever. It's just like a mess of different things. But it's a neat mess, because the alternative in my experience has been that if I don't create like a central hub for all the resets, then, you know, like for example, if when you press reset high scores, I could have on the high score menu, it clear it, right? Like that kind of makes sense. And perhaps if you restart the game, I don't know, it also clears the score. I don't want to clear the scores. Anyway, I could put it on that menu, or I could have that, like literally that button call my resets script, and then my reset script goes back and just tells the menu, hey, reset the number. You know, like it seems kind of ridiculous, but the reason why I do that is because I've often noticed that like something is resetting when it's not supposed to, or I need to reset multiple things like the score and something else, but not this one thing or whatever. And if doing those things for me are on like 10 different scripts throughout the project, I find it horrible to go track them down. So I like to have a unified resets script that I just route every possible reset through and handle as much of the reset logic. And I found that it is a lot simpler to then find those kinds of things. So I think I'll create that. You know, and it could evolve into something else, but it's worked for me so far. So we're gonna say script manage resets, class name manage resets, extends node, and it seems like a little thing, but I know it's gonna come in handy big time. So we're gonna say reload game. And so all it will do, we're gonna have to do our helper function now. Variable tree, scene tree equals the helpers script dot get scene tree, and then tree dot reload current scene. Now this might change, who knows, but at least it's there now and it'll do the thing. So, you know, there could be other things that need to reset. Maybe it needs to save, all that stuff. If I have this in one place, it makes it easy. But if I have this just a random reloading of the scene sitting in some other script, I don't know. I hate it. I hate it. It might taste good, but it gets messy quick. That's beautiful, adorable. Spaghetti code might taste good, but it gets messy. Nice. Single responsibility principle. Yeah, that's a thing, right? Welcome back, Mr. Friend. Thanks for popping in again. My ability to code so much faster shows you finally become a junior developer. I'm finally a junior developer. I should start interviewing at other places and get a pay raise. Well, I mean, this is the only place that I work. Welcome back. Thanks for being here. You're coding JavaScript, Python, Java. Very nice. Dual degree. I love that. Congrats. Also, okay, skill set. By the way, if it seems like I'm ignoring chat, I am. For the next 65 minutes, I'm kind of like only a little bit looking at it, but mostly trying to lock in, working on some menu stuff. I hopefully can make a really cool, weird menu today. But I gotta get some of these basic plumbing state machine things all put together. Oh, you're in ads? Okay. It's like one of those kind of ads. Oh, it said in ads. It literally said that. Whoops. Okay. I missed it. I was like, it didn't say it. It did. Buckle down and lock in. That's right, mister. It's funny. Hey, mister. Okay. Manage resets. So let's go back to manage menus and say that manage resets, reload game, but it's good to see you again. That's pretty much it. On start game pressed. Oops, one more S. Okay, and then that button, just want to make sure it looks the way I want it to look or something. Nope. We need to put a V-box in here so they can be stacked. And we'll say back to main menu. Just a placeholder menu, not the final menu. Just want to get the pieces in place. Not worry too much about the details just yet. Except for the cool, weird menu I want to make. As I put little details in here. Oh wait, that's not where I want the margins. I just can't really stand it, and I want to put a little, I want to do a little thing here. Let me do a little thing. I'm just gonna put some margins on this. It's just a little. It's just a little. Is that so bad? Okay. Now, we need to make it visible when in the pause menu, but not in the main menu. So it needs to hide in the main menu, and it needs to show in the pause menu. I kind of feel like I should be keeping track of which buttons are like always present and ones that switch. That would be kind of smart, wouldn't it? Like have button types. Whoa. Static, variable, menu button. Or we'll just say like buttons. Should be careful because there's already a button class. Enum buttons. So there's constant or always. There's some changes or like variable, and then there's sometimes. Okay, this is a little unhinged, so I should probably at least put a little note here. Represents what state, what kind of button is on the menu. So we could even be a little nicer about this and say that always means never changes, is present in every menu. Variable means present in every menu, but something about it changes. e.g. text. And then sometimes, meaning only present in some menus. Now what if it's variable and sometimes? Well, then it's just sometimes. Something about it may also change. Hey, Henry, welcome back. Good to see you. Dynamic and conditional. I like dynamic, but I like sometimes better. It's more fun. But dynamic is better than variable. Variable is way confusing because it's already like a word, a term. But I like sometimes. Okay, and then how do you wanna do that? What you want an enum, but you kind of want like a dictionary, right? So constant button types, button data, a dictionary of buttons and, well, actually, you'd want it to be literally a button and then the buttons that it's associated with. I've never done something like this. Like this isn't like a system I've used before, but it seems like a good idea, so I'm doing it. For button data, I want to put in here the start game button. It's a little weird because those are variables. You can't put those in a constant. So you can't make that a constant. Totally fine. Doesn't matter. Just make it a static variable. I always do that. I always try to make my dictionaries constants, and almost every time they don't stay constants. So start game button, and for that one is, it's dynamic. I don't like dynamic. You know what I'm gonna, can change, might change. Something changes, dynamic. Nah, dynamic's good. There's something else that is more like casual that I'd like to use, but we'll stick with it for now. Start game button, back to main menu button. This one is a sometimes. Now it could be nice to also store like what menus it. Do I want to put a dictionary in the dictionary? I kind of almost, yeah. I mean, but then you have to say like button data type, right? Oh gosh, we're getting serious. How many buttons are there really gonna be? A little wild. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of out there. Button data type. And there's the buttons, and there's the menus, which is very confusing because like these are already, it's like shadowing. I got some stuff going on. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't really care. This is a new system I haven't done before, so I'm gonna let it be a little wacky. See if I like it. Start game button. So then, in this dictionary, I'm gonna have button data types dot buttons, and that's set to buttons always. Except, actually, this one is dynamic. Let's get it right. And then for the other data type, menus, this one is menus dot. You sure about that? Because you kind of would want like maybe like an array. I'm not sure about it. Because what you're not storing is like what happens in those individual menus. So like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have like a special function that it calls? Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I feel like this is overkill. But it was fun to think about for 10 seconds. This makes more sense to me because then we could just pass it to a certain function and that organizes it. I think that's overkill, personally, for this simple little thing. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. But I had to try it. I had to just feel it out. I got aphantasia. I can't just imagine it. I gotta see it in front of me, you know? Okay. So instead of that, it'll just be what that is. Okay. But here's the thing. Don't you want to do it the other way around? If you really think about it. Because you want to look up, you want to iterate through all of the... So actually, we should be searching by buttons, and then this is an array. That would make more sense, right? Buttons, dynamic. We don't want to look up an individual button. I want to look up all of the dynamic buttons and then just iterate through them and do stuff. I think that is more what I want. Buttons sometimes. that extra cycle of work is looking more likely. Back to main menu button, and then we can add more into that list. So then what happens is whenever but it kind of robs the purpose of having all of these, doesn't it? Like, what's the point? Like, really? Well, because it just gets to be, there's similar things that happen. Like changing the name of something. I don't know if I like this. I think I'm off on a track I don't need to be on. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to comment this out. I'm gonna keep it, and maybe I'm gonna use it. Oh, see you later, David. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you got your sprite sheet problem worked out. Goodbye for now. Always appreciate you stopping in. All right, so we're just gonna set that aside. I do be getting deep in the dictionaries. I know. I almost like don't even make that reference anymore at Dorkable because I'm like, all right, I don't even know if anyone's gonna get it anymore. I have that same feeling. All right, I'm gonna keep that commented out, and maybe I'll do it. To do, maybe do or don't. If it gets complicated enough. But I don't feel like doing that right now. But I like that I had the idea. So whenever we get to the main, and maybe you'll see why I had the inclination to do that in a second. Here, let me just show you like part of where that came from. So here's when there's lots of ways to deal with it, but this is me just trying a way. So in this other project here, this is where look at this. Just look at this for a second. Behold. Depending on like which menu it is, right? So if it's this menu, this is not visible. This is visible. This has that text. This is visible. That's not visible. This is not visible. That is visible. Now come down here. And then this one's not visible. This one is visible. This has this text. You see what I'm saying? Look, function after function after function. And then some of them are present, but some of them aren't present in the other ones. Do you know what I mean? It kind of gets to be a little much to try to like remember every time some new element is added to go to each function and decide, okay, should it be visible in this menu or not visible in that menu at this time or not. And it gets to be just kind of annoying and easy to miss stuff. So that's why I wanted to come up with an extra layer to try to manage that. But we're not at that point yet, so I might as well yeah, exactly. So, but you know, for now, oh, is there a place to look this up? It's much better than that. Actually, I don't know what you're talking. I thought I knew what you were saying, but actually I have no idea what you're saying. I shouldn't be looking. Okay, so anyway, that's why. But we're gonna skip it. I promise. I promise. Yes, I'm talking myself out of it right now. So whenever the main menu starts, I want the back to main menu button to be gone. See, it's starting. I can feel it starting. I want that to be hidden. And on the pause menu, it's not too bad. Right now, it's not too bad. But then we start getting a bunch of things. It gets to be a lot. So I think one of the things that I came up with was this clear menu components, which just made all of them not visible, which actually was a lot. This was nice in terms of keeping me from making mistakes, but I still had to go through each of these and add them. So that's basically what this when none is chosen thing would do, is it would go and hide everything. So that's one other nice thing about the dictionary, is we can iterate through every possible button and just hide them all. So you know what? I'll keep this. Consider using the lookups more better. And what I'll do is say that when there is no menu, we go through all of this stuff. And you know what else could be added? It's not even just buttons. It's, guess what? It could be elements, right? Like, refactor this to elements, and it may not just be buttons. So what would be an always element? Well, an always element would be the actual menu itself. If you think about it, I'd also want that to be hidden, right? Oh, right, that goes into the new one, always. And then what I could potentially do is just iterate through all of these whenever it's none and make sure every single one of them are hidden. So I could say for element type in button data, and then on each of those, for elements in element type. I wonder if it would just let me do that. For element and element types. Element dot. Now it's not going to give me a hide because they're technically all controls. So we could say control because there's no type for that. We can type this. Unable to iterate with the variable type control. Boo. Oh, sad. Okay, we'll type it here. We'll say control equals element as control, and then oh, from integer? Why would you say that? You know you're an array, right? Oh, it doesn't know it's an array. Oh, I feel silly. I think we'd want to say in button data element type. That's what we want to do, just like that. All right, that's better. Because we're iterating through that extra dictionary level. And then in each of those, I want to hide them all on the none menu. All right, okay, great. So that's good. Does it work yet? Well, what happens when we press it? Does it work? Let's see. Okay, start game. Non-existent function, hide and base nil. Immediately fails. Okay, no problem. well, that's only... Well, that's actually interesting, isn't it? Tell me more. Did I not... Were they not ready yet? Were they not assigned yet? Because ready had happened? No, they're assigned. Tell me more about what went wrong. Container position, array size 1, null, element type. Right, but can we zoom out just a little bit more there? Potentially, it would be great. No? Is it another ordering thing? Because on this all should be loaded by now. Shouldn't it? Yeah, because all the managers load in. So that should be there. Element type 0 counter container. I mean, we could obviously guard, but I have a feeling it's not going to work if I do that. So, I mean, we could just say if not element, like return, obviously. What's wrong with this? Controls declare but never... Oh my gosh! I forgot. I used the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. Okay, try it now. Start. Nice. It didn't work, but we don't have an error. At least there's no error. Back to main menu is there, but it's not hiding. Yeah, that's not working at all. That did not work. But can you tell me, like, what's in there? Let me see what I did wrong. Can I see what button data has? Where did I screw up? Just tell me. Man, I gotta get rid of these other prints real quick. It's getting a little hard to see. Use your plugin. This is a good use case for your plugin, so it stands out. Wait, that never runs. Because you haven't called it yet. Okay, press the button. Now check it. There we go. Nothing. Do I have to update? Do I have to add it in there? Duh, you can't declare it, you goof. You goof troop? I knew that. I didn't. I mean, I did, but I forgot that I knew it. So I actually have to go through and update this elsewhere. So we would actually say here, ready elements. Ready menu element. We'll just say elements. Ready elements. Ready elements. And then literally we just do exactly the same thing. Button data equals. And then put it all in there. Same thing, just in a different place. Alright. Now show me. Cannot call hide on a null value. Wait, I thought we said don't do it if it's not there. Tell me what it... Okay, it printed correctly. We've got all of them in there, so that's good. Go on. So there was an element, it just wasn't a control? Oh, canvas layer isn't a control, is it? I forgot about that. But it does share a class though. Canvas item? No. Okay, so we actually can't type it like that. Okay, we just gotta do... It does have hide and show, though. It does have that. Even though they don't derive from the same thing. Alright. Well... Okay. Alright. I assumed because they both had hide and show. I was like, they probably have the same root. They do not. So we could check to see if it's one or the other. If I really wanted to. I like my typing. I do. I like it a lot. If element is control, it's variable element node, we will just type as any kind of node, which I know a canvas layer comes from that. Thank you. Any type of possible node, and then we say if element is control, then element node equals element as control. Otherwise, if element is canvas layer, we put it in there as a canvas layer. So I guess you'd kind of want this to be variant. But I don't know if that, I don't think you'll get hide there. That's not going to give you the type that you want. I don't think. You'd have to put it like in there. You know what I mean? I think you'd have to, it might know the type if I put it in the if statement. Yeah, there it lets me do it. So, you know, it's a little weird, but it'd be like that sometimes. Hey, what's up, Lich? Welcome. All right. Show me the menu being hidden. Great. Back to main menu. Okay, there was a bit of a problem there. A couple problems. So we have our start game. I don't know why I insisted on putting that background. That was one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life. You must hide this. I can't look at it any longer. It's depressing me. Okay, start game. Everything's fine. We press pause. It's missing start game. Because we hid it. And now, see, things start getting nuts. Now I have to remember that when we're on the pause menu, we also need to show the start game button. So I am going to try to set up that dictionary to make it so I don't have to friggin' fill this out. But for now, I'm going to do it. I'm going to come back to it later. I'm going to be adding to this menu, so it doesn't have to be the task I do right now. Okay, so that should be better now. Okay, start game. Very good. Hides, press pause. We can continue. We go back to gameplay, press pause, back to main menu. Okay, we have a problem because I don't have a case for the situation when we're coming from anything but none or something. So let's go back to manage game and see where we're at. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Welcome back. Cheers. Be careful. Don't spill on your keyboard. I like the danger. Okay. We survived the pour. We dancing. We dancing. Let's see what let's read the output. I need to use my plugin. This is so hard to see. Basically, my plugin makes print messages look much fancier, and it's so much easier to see them. I haven't been using it because I've been setting up plugin stuff. This is all plugin stuff. So I can't use my plugin in a plugin. But I should start using it again. Proposing state change pregame during pause. It was approved. We got there. What's up, Raiders? Hello. And Urist, thank you for the raid. Welcome. It's too many we can't do plugins on plugins. That's too many plugins. Hello, Raiders. Greetings to you. You have arrived. Hi. Hi. What's up, Totally 78? Thanks for saying hello. And the Pride emotes. I want them all. Welcome, welcome. What were you getting up to, Urist? What was it that you were doing? And also, please drop your links. And if you got a raid and run, you can also not drop your links. But if you want to drop your links, you can. Dwarf Fortress. Oh, Is it a dwarf word? I never knew what Urist meant. Is the lore happening? Oh, you were doing the GMTK. What's the theme? Wait, what's the theme this time? GMTK Jam page design was a huge inspiration for a game like Jam. That is to say, I studied the crap out of it to learn how to make Game Jam's pages look awesome. And I learned a lot. Was your first stream in like a year? I was gonna say, Urist, I didn't even know you were streaming. I didn't even know you were streaming. I'm not even following you. Hey, if y'all want to see some Game Jam development, you should go check out Urist. I see a non-binary flag in the profile picture. This is good people. This is our people. We must support our people. Jam finally gave you an excuse to get back into it. Let's go. Love to hear it. Doesn't even have the 2026 one up here. GMTK Jam 2026. There it is. There it is. So nice. It's like why I did all the things I did. I was like, wait, you can do all this? You can move these around? Always coveted his setup. Countdown. Ooh. Nice. I feel like his themes are always like 2 words. Not always, but Countdown. What's your countdown game? I'm working on menus, state machine stuff. Proposing state. Oh, right. So it accepted the pause to pregame. It allowed us to pause and go to pregame. But it only loads the main menu if the current state is none. Which, to be fair, is also the last state, which is very confusing. Not sure I actually need a last state separated. I don't think I really do. It's kind of redundant. Well, why would you want to block it? Why did I block it in the other project? Why was there the special gate? What was the purpose for that again? I just kind of did it because I did it in the other one. In the other one, I put that gate there because... Oh, well, in this particular project, wow, so that's where I would run resetting the game. So we'd know if we tried to switch to that state, that's where the reload would happen. So that way, that was more all on the state machine place. That's interesting. Goal is to send Blahaj to space. The countdown for the Blahaj shark to go to space. I hope Blahaj will be okay in space. Hey Tawny, welcome. It's going good. It's going great. We got a raid. Tawny's here. You're doing literal rocket countdown, toying with separating T- time from L- time, and having to do things to clear holds. What's L- time? I don't even know what that means. These octopods are amazing. I might just gift subs to my entire family just for these. I know! I always admire them, Adorkable. Always. Wait, I actually didn't realize, if I did, I forgot that these were Urists. Wow. I was like, these are probably global, right? Surely. They look good. Huh. I didn't know that. Hell yeah, Tawny. Ooh, I want to see you working on a game that we get to play. Oh, they're follower emotes. Nice. I guess those are usable like in the chat, in the versus chat. Okay. Let me hide the raider. I'm gonna get back in. I'm gonna get back locked in. I gotta do what I gotta do. Where were we at? Like 36 or 37 or something like that. But we have to honor the raider. It's the right thing to do. Well, I'm so glad you got back into it. I'm so glad that you were able to come here on your first time back. Like, that's cool. That's incredibly cool. How cool is that? 37, 38. Let's say 38. You know what? Let's say 38. So yeah, so I'm working on setting up like the main menus for my RPG game that I'm working on. Not this. This is a completely different game that I seem to have accidentally broken for no good reason. I think that, well, I know why. It's because I unhid this. Okay, not this game, that's an old game. A big game I'm trying to make about aliens invading Earth on the cusp of World War III, and you can choose to save the Earth or destroy it. And I'm just doing like really simple menu setup. I want like those basics, and I wanted to make like a really cool super weird I turned off my microphone when I said that. I just got a little too friendly with the microphone. A really wacky weird in-game menu, and I wanted to work on that, but it's increasingly looking like I won't have time, but I'm gonna try because I want to get the basic plumbing in there. Save the download it. Yes, they will download the planet. That's actually a very funny like twist on that. My back to main menu, however, doesn't know that we're in the main menu. So I did that. Here's the deal. Don't worry about it. If you change your mind, you can do it. Does that make sense? So if we're on pregame, just make it main menu. Just for now, why don't you just make it main menu? Does that sound okay? That sounds okay to me. All right. And if you change it later, great. Okay, main menu, start the game, pause, back to main menu. Oh! Wait, I thought that just got fixed. Shouldn't that change state to main menu? Can we make this print a fancy print? Pretty, please. I just can't take it anymore. Fancy, and then in my fancy print, we don't actually need spaces. It handles that automatically. It's just so hard to see. It's the only reason I made the plugin was I was just dying reading prints as default. And I didn't want to have to type print rich every time. Pre-game during none. Proposing state change main menu. Main menu is approved, and that means pre-game is approved. We press start. And we press pause. So pre-game to gameplay was approved. Changing state proposing pause during gameplay, approved. Gameplay to pause. And then if we press continue, that works fine. If I do back to main menu, what's happening here? If we go back to main menu, game state, proposal approved, pause to pregame. So it's not actually running. How is that happening? If it's on pregame, shouldn't it try to change the state? Do we have like a when here? What about this what about this one? Last state. When the last state was pause, Okay. When the last state was pause. Whoa. Whoa. But that's after it's approved? If we press pause during pause, that's what this is saying. Lise, don't do this. Does that make sense? Don't do this. So we kind of need like an alternate thing here. We need, I must have done this. I must have handled this over here. Right? Surely I handled this over here. When it's during pause, we go there. When it's during gameplay, we go there. But what about when we press pause when we're in pause? What is that like? I don't know. What happens when we press that button? Menu. We'll say that when main menu is pressed, when quit is pressed, button quit visible. Quit pressed, destroy the game. When we destroy the game, it's, wow. Oh. Right, because it's a mini game. Yeah. But if it's this, get tree quit. Wait. Oh, maybe it's like restart that I'm looking for, actually. Not quit. Because I think I actually had a separate button. If that makes sense. It's a little confusing right now. Restart game. I see. So it was just start game. Oh, see you later, Derek. Good night. Sleep well. Sounds like you've done some good work. As always, I'm always so glad that you're participating in our jams. I know you've been saying you want to lock in. I think you did it. I think you did. If we press start game from pause, okay, now we're getting somewhere. We change it to pregame. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's basically what I'm saying. So what do we do when we press pause when we're in pause? I think you just do that when. I think you need to do that when, at least. I don't know what else to tell you. Because this got confusing fast. It always happens. But you have that right here. Change state gameplay. That's your unpause though. Just put it in there. This was such an unnecessity. Complete unnecessity. It felt weird when I did it, and it still feels weird. Now, here's the thing. If we're not pressing pause. No, it won't hit. I think that will fix it. Yeah. Right? Nice. Okay. Let's go. Wait, where's the player? Where'd the player go? Okay, I'll be honest. I don't know. I've never tried reloading the game. Why does the player go away? What? Not exactly sure I understand that one. Well, you probably gotta look at which main loop got reset. If it was... I'm not really sure what just happened. Why would the player
not load in? It's fascinating. That's really fascinating. But we're still clearly in that scene. Okay, so I think it's something to do with, because the player is in the scene. Here, let's hop out of here for a second and look around for the player. Players should be over here. The player's still there, we're just like not inhabiting the player or something. There they are. Still in there. We just aren't in the player. Why? Why? How does one inhabit the player? I mean, I genuinely don't even remember. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Interesting stuff. We do ready the player. Wait, but it's just what if we try something else? What if we try something different? Morbid curiosity here. Instead of doing a reload current scene? Wow. I did not expect that. I like it. It's like, oh, we got some challenge. You're a spicy one. So there's also setting to the current scene, or like, let me see if I do that here. There's another way to reload the game. I forget what it is. It's not this. It's something else. There's like setting it to the scene. Oh, dang it. What was it? I'm trying to think if there was a game I did it in. Maybe I did it in the cat game. I have that one open. Let's see. Do we have a resets in here? We sure do. Doesn't do anything though. Yeah, we don't actually have a reload in there. How does it go? How does it go? It's something with like setting the change scene. Oh, change scene. We could do file. Ooh, that might be better. Let's do that. Let's try that. Let's say change, and it's just kind of temporary because this is going to be different someday anyway. Oh, you probably still need that tree though. There, we're probably good. Change scene to file, and then why don't I just get the scene? Surely that, I mean, we kind of, I don't know if this is gonna work, because we kind of are in the scene though. So like, it kind of should be fine. What a spicy challenge. Okay, put the UID in there and see what happens. Don't know if it's going to be a different result. It could be the main loop, it could be something I don't realize about how the character works that I never considered would be a problem. No player. Well, we're just not inhabited in the player. That's so weird. I mean, I clearly need to look into how we inhabit the player, because I guess I forgot how that works. I haven't thought about it in a long time. I mean, it's weird because, like, what camera is that? What's the active camera? Because clearly it's something else. Okay, I'm gonna make the camera gimbal visible, which is a little weird. But don't worry, it's fine. Oh, it didn't get visible? Wait, why are things being weird? Can everything just stop being weird for 10 seconds? What? I can't move! What is going on? Okay. I'm fine. I mean, I could skip this. I don't really want to, though. I want to understand what's happening. Wait, why isn't the gimbal visible? Does it make itself invisible? Dude, what is happening? I'm so lost right now. Oh, okay, I see. That's not how you make it visible. Number one, I know what's wrong. Well, I know one thing that's wrong. There's a lot I don't know. But then, for everything I don't know, there's like one thing I do know. And that's one thing each. So, okay, the reason why I'm doing this is because this will help me visualize the camera, basically, is what I'm doing right now. Okay. So now it's going to be visible. And then I think on the camera itself, I have a, yeah, I have an arrow on the camera there. So it's that. Let's make that, can we make that a different color? I actually have a debug arrow I made now, but that's okay. I just really want this to stand out so I can just make sure I understand what in the world is happening. Let's make it unshaded. Okay. Now let me see stuff. So we'll see the gimbal. This is the weird, scary kind of looking thing. Start the game. All that's visible. Press pause. Back to main menu. The camera moved! See that blue thing? That's the camera. But the gimbal is nowhere to be found. Because that is stuck with the player. Wow. There's the gimbal. How did the camera move? Is there something telling the camera to move? Is it one of these? So it could be one of these. So let me drop. Let me try dropping that in there. So when we start, we should see the blue thing. Okay, we don't. Just kidding. Okay, never mind. Why though? But why? Why do you do this? Zoom position stuff. We have starting positions. I wonder if it's, because it's a static reference, I wonder if it's encodifying a starting position. That doesn't really make sense though. I don't know. Okay, I think this is a pernicious. I think this might require some real sit down effort, concentration. And it is important, but I've at least narrowed down enough of what's going on to feel that I could sit down and debug this in a separate work session. But I'm gonna not worry about this right now. I definitely need to circle back to that. Big time. But I'm not going to do that right this second. I've got some new information. It's very interesting, but I cannot be bothered with it right now. So we're not gonna worry about it, but it works. The right things are firing at the right times. the things that we're working on today are set up right. Okay? The things that we're doing today are set up right. And that's what matters. So we're going to focus on that. Except my mouse capture isn't coming back. Yeah, so there is something weird happening. Is that because we're not setting the player from being completely frozen to something else? Let me go to the player. Okay, we actually do have a problem. But it's not the same problem, and I can't wait to be ignoring that problem right now. For changing the move state, do we have a print? We don't even have a print for that? Okay, let's go harvest the print from Manage Game. I don't believe we propose on that one. It just gets set. So I'm going to print and say move state changed, and we say move states, find key, last move states named a little different to the current move state. Okay, so there's a thing, basically the player controls get totally frozen when you're not supposed to be moving the player, like in the main menu. And I want to see if that is not getting unfrozen. So we press pause and then press continue, and suddenly I can't control anymore. So let's investigate what's going on here. So we're gonna look for the player, move state changed, frozen completely to walking. So it is going back to walking. So that is happening. It definitely is. Well, then I guess my next question is, are we truly unpausing? Would be something that would be useful to know. If I wanted to track whether we're in the pause state or not, how would we want to do that? Let's go back to Manage Game. This is where paused is handled. Let's just get a print. I'm gonna do a print fancy, and this one I'm gonna add a little effect to. This plugin has some effects we can do. I'm gonna highlight it, and it's going to just say pause state changed, and then we'll just say tree dot paused, although it's not actually changed there. It's here. Or change to. So let me make sure we're actually truly unpausing. So start the game, press pause, and we see it's yellow there. Pause state changed to true because we're currently paused. I press continue. There it is. It's never going to false. Because I moved that. Okay. That might actually be the other problem too. Oh. Because if it's paused, maybe the camera hasn't moved yet. Oh. See, sometimes just moving on can be the answer. All right. Pause state changed to tree paused. And then where did I break it? Strophium! What's up? Am I a state machine? Because you looking fine. I'm looking finite. Wouldn't it be finite? Welcome, Stroph. Wow. 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 Welcome. I mean, there's very few situations you can use that pickup line, so
I'll allow it.
Oh yeah, I mean I've been doing state machine stuff for years, but in terms of what we were working on the last time you were here, that's totally different. I don't even know if I'm sticking with the nested state machines. We'll see. A little bit, I am. I am still going to use nested state machines, so that was really interesting to learn about. But this is just regular state machines. This is just good old stuff. I've been reusing state machine code for years, and this is just the newest iteration of it. I love state machines. I live state machines. I breathe state machines. I am a state machine. So, why was this working before, but it's not working now? Well, my guess would be that we're never hitting this. Wait. When the last state is pause, and we press pause, well, we definitely go back to gameplay. Do we go back to gameplay? Are you sure you went back to gameplay? No, you did not. Check this. Check this one for me. No. Wait, but the state should be pause. Is it matching with another one sooner? Wait. I am so confused right now. So then what is it matching with? I don't understand. I'm so confused. I'm completely confused right now. What did I do wrong? I mean, you had that extra state here. Why? Oh, God. I need some more information here. Let me clear this out. Reload. Start. Hit pause. Pre-game to gameplay. Pause during gameplay. Pause state is true. Gameplay to pause. Press continue. Game. Change gameplay. Pause to gameplay. Game state proposal approved. Pause to gameplay. Okay. Well, but did it match with this? So can you tell me? But we're saying the last state. We're checking. Am I checking the right thing? Am I not checking the right thing? If we press pause, this should be that. Print. Fancy. I mean, I moved this one thing around, right? And so that. I know how to put it back, but I don't like it being where it was. We're just gonna do an it's happening. We're gonna keep it pretty simple. Let's make this green, actually. And I want to see if that actually runs. Start it, pause, continue. That never happens! So that condition isn't getting met.
Well, then, how is it unpausing? Something is happening.
So, okay. Can you just give me like a generic states pause and tell me what's going on there. I don't know what information I want here. Just anything. Trying to pause during that. Proposing that. So we press pause. Trying to pause during pregame, proposing pause. That is denied. I accidentally pressed it. Proposing state change pause during. Wait, oh, because it matched it first, Lise. Oh, order? Wait. But wait. It's not, but it's not hitting anything sooner. So if it matches, then it's going to exclude everything else. Ay, ay, ay. All right, how about this? What if we do, this is confusing. Man, I got down this rabbit hole. So much for my cool, weird menu. Okay, I'm going to do a little something different. This time, I'm going to match with pause, and then we're going to call on pause right there, no matter what. Okay? And I'm going to try moving, and let's put in proposed state. Let's pass that as a parameter. And then if it wasn't already complicated, it's more complicated now. Proposed state states and now we're going to check to see which proposed state it is. So let's match down in here. Honestly, this seems better anyway. So when the last state is gameplay and we press pause, change decimal on pause. If this is happening, oh wait, we don't need change successful. Well, we kind of do. Variable change successful. Boolean equals false. We do want that. So in this case, we actually, ooh. See, then it gets weird though, because it's gonna call this back again. Yikes. Well, don't call it, girl. It's pretty simple. Instead, all you have to do is grab this, put that in there, maybe put this up at the top. So either way, we capture the tree. And then we're gonna say that it's true. And we can return true. If we press pause, while we're in pause, I mean, ideally, friggin' anything would happen. So I don't need this indeed anymore. Then we say, let me adjust that. Tree paused false. We're unpausing. It's not really denied, but we could say it. And no matter what happens, the pause state will be changed. On unpause, we have this special thing that occurs. So that would be, in theory, here, although we kind of know it's not working. This would be what we want to happen. It could be timing. I don't know. It's kind of weird. No, I don't think it is. Right. We want the mouse to be visible if it is pause, and I could restructure this differently. I just kind of want it to be a little reorganized right now, and I could clean this up in a weird way at some point. Change state. We don't need to do that anymore. I don't think. Because we're gonna return true, which should switch the state. And then we can do a wild card and return false. And then no matter what, I guess we'll just do this print. I kind of... Whatever, it's fine. You know what? It's fine for now. Okay. So let me see what that's like. Dang, that consumed me. Okay, some things aren't working, but let's see what happened. Trying to pause during gameplay, proposing pause. Pause state changed to true. We were denied to gameplay to pause. Why? Why would that be denied? Well, I'm very confused. You did forget to put the menu in the right place. So I see why the menu didn't appear, actually. Okay. Menu. Not menus none, but we want to say menu pause. So make sure the pause menu gets shown. In that case, it's none. Okay. See if we at least get the menu to appear. Start game, pause. Great. Continue. Trying to pause during gameplay, proposing pause. Pause state to true. Trying to pause during gameplay, propose. Wait, but... What the hell? You know what I need? I need to update my debug. Oh man, I'm giving myself extra time. I'll give myself extra time. I don't care. I have no shame. I have no shame. None. Let me go to the debug for a second and remind myself how I set. So I have a convenient debug thing that I think is going to help me a lot here, and it shows how things are updating. Not that. Display states. It basically shows state updates if I choose to send them, and I would like to choose to send them. Hey Sand, welcome back. I'm going to have this do process mode equals always, and the way that it works is we update the feed, we send the machine name and the state. Got it. Okay, so back to the game manager. Whenever any of these happen, it would be nice to have the denial in there as well. So we're gonna say display debug display states update feed. This is going to be
state approved. It's state approved. And the thing we want it to take with it is going to be, well, this isn't approved. It's not approved. That's proposed. Proposed? Proposed? Can I speak? And then it's becoming that. I feel like there's some like really weird, silly thing going on here. I'm definitely not getting my cool menu today, y'all. That's gonna be Friday. No doubt about that. And then when it's denied, let's get a separate one and we'll have state denied. So I can see it update, hopefully in real time, really nice. And so well, here, we can set it up. Non-exit function update. Oh, it's not ready yet. We gotta set up the timing different. Hey, Quixote, welcome. Gotta set up the timing a little differently here. So what I'm gonna do is go back to manage. And this is just kind of a thing I stumble into, the order. We definitely want debug above that. So, is that on HUD? Reset. Input game, region change, cosmic. Wait, where is that? Where does that go in there exactly? Manage debug also. I don't think it's on manage debug, but you do want this to be process mode always. Anyway, oh, I'm adding more time. I'm in, y'all. I'm in it deep. To cheat. I don't remember what that is. One minute. No, it's supposed to be 2 minutes. Why did these all get changed? It's so weird. Okay. Always, and then... Wait, where is the display at? Where the hell is that? Does it get instantiated? Oh, debug display. Oh, it gets instantiated if we need it. Okay, so this is the right place. All right, so come here. Update fee. Well, yeah, because I haven't yet. Okay. Right, I have to instantiate. Oh, for crying out loud. So we need to check. We need to check to make sure it exists before we do it. If debug displays. Wait, isn't there supposed to be whatever? If this exists, I don't know. This might not work. I might have to do the tree again, unfortunately. Oi, oi, oi. Wait. Copy this. Denied, approved. Here.
Perfect.
Okay. Alright, it worked. There's the menu. You can't really see it, but it's at the bottom. Wondering what the music is? Oh dear. Sorry I missed that. You might have to reload the stream, by the way. No, it's back, it's back. It was just a second. Let me make sure that this, it was all my overtime. It was my punishment for overtime. The internet was like, hey, you're supposed to stop. Wait, I did put this in process always. So wait, why is it not? Oh, it is there. Oh. Oh. So it genuinely is just not switching to the pause state. Well, there we go. Oh. Oh, we love a good debug tool, don't we? Okay. So that's interesting. Well, because you're denying it, you goof troop. You friggin' goof troop. Don't deny it.
Wait, but I'm not, but that's the thing. I'm not denying it. I'm approving it. So can you pause during gameplay? Can we please see if this is even happening? I'm overtime, I don't care. Pause during gameplay. But it's denied. Who's denying it? Why would you do that? I'm not denying it. I'm denying it. Excuse me. If we return true, then that means I'm not denying it. That's how that works. Okay? Here, Elise. Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll up. You obviously missed something. I forgot to say change successful equals. There it is. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my gosh. All right, we're gonna delete all this stuff. I don't want all this crap in here. Well, this is actually great. I'm glad I put it in the debug tool. That's actually incredibly useful. But all this other stuff, we can get out of here. Oh my gosh. Oi, oi, oi. Oh my gosh. Okay, hopefully that's all the extra crap. Okay, it should work fine now. Start it. And then press pause. State approved, pause. Let's go. Okay, so now we're still not going back to gameplay correctly. So there's still a bug. Damn it. But it's a different bug. But it's a different bug. Damn. So that's good. But when I press continue, we're in gameplay. But notice the movement state didn't get updated. Does it say that we're frozen if we... Here, I gotta put up the... Wait, it's just the continue button. Oh, look, the P key works. Oh. So one thing I'm noticing isn't happening is it's not reporting that the player controls are frozen or not, which is interesting. But I think that kind of actually makes sense, now that I think about it. So if I press the P key, it's totally fine. It's when I press the continue button that it's not working right. That is a good revelation. That is a good revelation. Of course it's the dang buttons. Those friggin' buttons. Yeah, I mean, look, you're not calling anything. Because before we didn't have to, but now you do. So you need, it literally all it does is just hide the menu. It doesn't do anything else. That's silly. Wait, but that's when the pause menu happens. That's not when the button runs, you goof troop. I'm tired. I'm stopping after this, you guys. I'm tired. Okay, but... On start game press, change state gameplay. Well, no, it's trying to change the states of gameplay. Right, but you need to do more than that. Because remember, when you're over here, you have special stuff happen. Remember? When you press pause, during pause, you've got a whole special case for it. Right here, pause when pause. That does more than change the state. It unpauses, and then it changes the menu, which we're not doing here. Hey, Krillionaire. Oh no! Oh, that sucks, Krillionaire. I hate that for you. Hey, just like, I'm gonna talk in a second. I'm almost done overtiming. I'm gonna talk in a second. You come tell Mama Lise what happened. All right, so I just need to make sure. Well, we need a function. You need a special function or something, and you need to be able to call it. What do I do with the continue button? I mean, the continue button, you kind of want it to call pause. It's gonna sound insane because we're pressing the button during pause. You gotta call pause, which is a little nonsensical. You have to admit, that's nonsense. You might want to consider passing a Boolean in there just so it's readable. But what actually is going to fix it is it needs to check. Well, it would be like this. We would say match menu if it's menus main, then we go to gameplay. However, if it's the state machines, just keep stating. If it's menus pause, then confusingly enough, we go to pause. This unpauses, LOL. To do bool in change state, IDK. All right, here we go. Let me see what that's like. Bring up the debug, press start. Player character is set to walking. Gameplay is state approved. Press pause. Player character move walking. Not really. It didn't light up. State approved, pause. And then continue, and we're back. There we go. You needed the continue button to call pause. Wild as that may be. Now, we still have the main menu. I bet it's the same thing. I bet it's like really similar. That pressing this, reloading the game, that we need to do like something else too. But you know what? Not right now. That's enough. That's it. Okay, we got this. Okay, it's not a fancy menu, but it's a menu. We press start. We can control our character. We can do all the stuff that's in the game, which is walking onto this crater, jumping around, and turning on a bubble that lets us fly. Okay, then we can press pause. The menu appears. We can continue and keep going. And we can kind of go back to main menu, but it's broken. But that's another problem we're not worrying about today. So all that I really wanted to do was lay this plumbing to have these menu state machines in there, show you all how I set up state machines, and accept that today I'm just a little tired and I can't do a 23-hour stream. So I'm just going to, I'm just gonna say let's hang out for a bit and then go hang out somewhere else. Wow, I mean, it does get confusing, but, you know, it's okay. It's okay that it gets a little confusing. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Sorry, I just blocked out chat there. All right, let me see what we got from Krillionaire. Because before I read this, thanks for following, Adorkable. I appreciate it. Before I read this, I just want to say, like, I got in trouble at work a lot. That's why I'm a stay-at-home wife now. But I got in trouble a lot. And the sub! Let's go! Thanks for the sub, Adorkable! What in the world? I'll see you on Monday. Every Monday we do a special live stream just for people who are subbed or members on YouTube or patrons. Thank you. I can't wait to see you on Monday. So I just want you to know that, like, you're not alone. And I feel like it's a neurodivergent thing. When we're neurodivergent at work, I think we're a lot more likely to get that type of attention. So I just want to start with that like, I get it, and it doesn't mean something bad about you. All right, here we go. I was in the back cache, one of the back cash tasks is to bend down and pick up trash out of the floor from under the table and stuff. Pick up coins. I have an inner ear problem I've had since I was a small child that makes me dizzy really easily. Bending over being one of the biggest problems with that. So I was sitting down to pick up trash instead, and my manager walked in and got onto me for it. What? Okay, now that's not I mean, it's still ableism either way, but that's, come on. It's like one of the number one probation things is sitting down. You can't sit down. And I didn't really want to come off as combative or argumentative, or come off as an excuse or a lie, so damn. I mean, let me tell you something. When you say you got in trouble, yeah. I mean, that's tough, Krill. And I think that disclosure can be a real risk. Because if you do say that, they might, be like, oh, we had to cut back, so we're gonna let you go. But really, they're just discriminating against you. Like, you don't know. So I actually do understand not wanting to say it. And then, like you're saying, you don't want to come off as combative. They might not get it, and they might, it's that discretion is important. I understand. Your coworkers got mad at you? Like, mad? Why? What do they care? So just because you like physically stumbled, they got mad you wouldn't sit down despite it because you were falling over. Oh, your coworkers were like, you should have done what you needed to do. Okay, that sounds more right. That sucks. That sucks, like, and I understand, like, not wanting to say anything. Honestly, you probably horrifyingly did the right thing by not saying something. All right. Damn. Mordman says, it takes 10 minutes to play the whole thing if you know the ins and outs from the start. See if it still works well. Wait, what are you testing? Oh, I missed a lot. Okay, I skipped like a lot of things. I skipped like tons of things. I'm sorry about that. That was a mistake. Message your manager because somebody insisted I should since it's a medical issue I've had for a while. Still kind of scared that's going to turn out poorly though. Well, I hope it doesn't. You'll probably be okay. But I understand that risk of not wanting to say anything. That doesn't mean that saying something is gonna go bad. It was like, you might get fired if you say something. And you're like, I said something. No, it's gonna be okay. You'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, she's nice. It was literally a misunderstanding. And it's not gonna be a problem. This isn't some scumbag manager. This is like a reasonable person, and there was a misunderstanding, and you got nervous and didn't like assert yourself where maybe, it was the right, it worked out the right way. I don't know. All right. I was like, when you said you got in trouble at work, I was like, let's buckle down. Mama Lee's is here. Because, look, I've definitely had some, like, in those situations, I have not reacted well. Like, if someone working above me misunderstands something I'm doing and scolds me because they don't understand whatever disability is affecting me, if that happens, I've often reacted very, very poorly and gotten in more trouble. So, like, when you said that, I was like, uh-oh. I hope you didn't react like I would. And it sounds like you didn't, so that's good. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah. That's true. Timing can be important. You're similar. Oh man. Yeah. Didn't wasn't a very compatible environment for me. they don't like it when you talk back. And Krillionaire, you have a good sense for that. So, good job. Yeah. Super blank weird. Was that mute alive? Actually, oh no, I bumped into the microphone. But you know, I used to do that. I used to have a little bleep button, and I would like try to like say bad words over the bleep, and like it would like cut the audio out. That was a weird shtick I used to do, but I got bored with the shticks. Although I think they make tools for it now. I mean, we do have captions. Like literally every word I'm saying is appearing constantly all the time right there. There's all the words. I'm saying those words. That's what I'm saying. Could definitely just have it detect. But like, I don't know. Douglas Adams to have a backup of your planet? What does that mean? Douglas Adams was a writer for Doctor Who. Wow, instant answer. And I was specifically thinking of the unfortunately more modern than DNA's era episode Silence in the Library for the reference to save. Ooh, we got some nerdy friends here. Morphman made a whole utility class just for pretty prints for that reason. It's nice! Has no use at all in deployment, but has been crucial for debugging. It gets so annoying to just have to like look at it all being the same. And I don't want to have to like customize every message every time. I love that. I feel very affirmed that you also made a pretty print class. Pausing while paused feels like a lot like typing Google into Google. We've all done it. Adorkable says, my last 20 years have been very PHP heavy, so variable dump is my go-to here, but there's something to be said about a good debugger where you can set breakpoints and see the actual memory states. Hell yeah. Man, when I'm doing editor plugin stuff in Godot, I can't set breakpoints, and I can't like get a stack trace. Well, kind of actually, but I can't set breakpoints and it sucks. So stressful. Yeah, Godot is helpful for it, yeah, for sure. Except for editor plugins. There, it's not helpful. Which I guess makes sense in a weird way. Dorkable keeps thinking they should learn Godot, but you're a graybeard. Despite your what does it mean to be a graybeard? Like in Skyrim, the keepers of the voice? The guys who shout at dragons? I don't think they shout at dragons. That can't be what you mean. Yeah, GMTK Jam start. Yeah, it's GMTK Jam is nuts. It's like unthinkable. Oh, your beard is literally gray. Gotcha. Wait, so you're saying because you're too old? Despite my conviction that there's no right way to be a dev, I'm currently working to learn C++. Finally, after 25 years of being able to read it. I feel like for me, C++ is something that I'll learn when I'm more older. That feels like a goal language, but like not really right now. That's really, I love that that's the way you're going to. Through Ogre 3D, what is that? Specifically Ogre Next, Bullet Physics, STL, and now you're learning that you need to decide on an ECS framework? You do? Spiky anime haircut on an old Asian lady? Badass. C++ is what I'll learn when I'm old. You feel that in your bones? I mean, it's just like, I don't know. There's other things that are like more practical for achieving the goals I'm trying to achieve right now, and are easier and more accessible and stuff. But for me, it just, I don't know, it kind of is giving like hobby vibes. But then you can also end up doing really cool, awesome, super powerful, unbelievable things if you actually get to know it and can use it well. But like, I don't know. Maybe it's a little, maybe I just fired shots, but for me, I kind of see it as like a hobby language. I know that's so messed up, but I'm just trying to make games. I'm not trying to like make low-level software, okay? I'm not trying to make Godot. I'm trying to use Godot. ECS is terrifying to me. I finally heard the end to Ready Player 2 a week ago, and the personal growth of the male protagonist is clearly one step above Ready Player 1, but he's still only 2/12 away from the full staircase of actual personal growth when it comes to relationships with the entire 53% of the human race. Like, dude, Parzival is seeking the foundation of programming in games, but never considered the perspective of Ada Lovelace, the idiot programmers, all women, or any single woman who was featured in the movie Hidden Figures, too many to name. Looking at you, trans icon, Randy Perlman! I've never seen Ready Player 1. But I feel like it's like books, right? I don't know anything about any of that stuff. Do I need to? I feel like you just made it sound very interesting, honestly. Is this like... Wait, how did we get into Hidden Figures? How did Hidden Figures get from Ready Player 1? More famous Disney game. It takes 10 minutes to play the whole thing if you know the ins and outs. I have not read any of the Ready Player books. Saw the film for Ready Player 1. Was okay. Felt a bit too close to Pixels for a film that came out that close to Pixels. Is Pixels the one where they had like the Pac-Man, and they had like Pac-Man's creator like trying to stop Pac-Man from eating the city? Was that Pixels? But Mrs. is a book reviewer, and I'm a video editor, so I know a lot more about books than I have read. Oh, so relatable. That is the spousal life, isn't it? You just or the partner life. I know about that. Oh yeah, I know about that. Because of my partner, but you know, I have a knowledge. We inherit so much from them. Yeah. I never saw Pixels, but I've seen parts of it. Clips. You liked the movie? Today I learned match condition when other condition is a thing. Won't remember it when I need it, but it's in the mental library. You learned, when. Oh yeah, from me? Yeah. Yeah, it's really useful. It can also get like kinda like spaghetti fast, but it's still cool. To fix infinite recursion, you first need to fix the infinite recursion. It's disturbing. Morphman was working for a company that demanded full object-oriented programming. That doubling of the print line would not be accepted. It had to be a new method somewhere if it was reused anywhere. That codebase was very unmanageable. Entire classes of nothing but method calls to utility classes, and more utility classes than operation class. It had to be a new method if it was reused? But what about dry? Aren't you supposed to not repeat yourself? Wait, it is doing that. I don't even understand what we're talking about here. A new method if it was reused, no, I guess that's not. I'm confused, but that sounds miserable. Dry seems like an unnecessary idea. No, it's the opposite of, okay, I see. So it is dry. It's like too dry. It's too dry. I mean, hey, welcome, Code Shutter. They extracted simple constructs to reusable methods. I mean, also welcome. Good to have you here.
I feel that clean code, right, is kind of silly. Hey. It's just like, it's like those rules are useful. They're like tools in the toolbox. Like sometimes you want to utilize those tools. It's like the hammer nail thing, you know, where everything looks like a nail and you're hammering like you don't need to do it everywhere. You just do it where it's appropriate. Yeah, I mean for me it's when I start not repeating myself, it's because I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm tired of repeating myself. I'm just like, why am I writing this function again? This is annoying. Let me make a helper. Let me, have some kind of unified function. Great. Or something like that, right? Let me make a base class, because I'm making all these classes and they have the same code. Let's do a base. But the notion that you're like trying to enforce that before you even have a reason to use it makes me very glad that I'm not in like a corporate coding environment. The interview for the object-oriented programming dry strict company included the question, if you were a cookie, I don't even know. If you were a cookie, what type would you be and why? First of all, very stupid question. Number one. In the context of an interview. Number two, the chocolate chip came to my mind. Chocolate chip is not bland. Sugar cookie is not bland either, actually. Windmill cookie, that's bland. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. I think I would be a black and white cookie. Because I'm black and white. Easy. Okay, because they just took everything they read about successful companies and tried to implement it without understanding it. Embarrassing. Y'all know about black and white cookies. That might just be a New York City thing. I don't know if anyone outside of New York City knows black and white cookies, though. Chocolate chip's flavor isn't bland. The choice of chocolate chip is bland because there's not a single person who hates them. Maybe. That node tree looks like a Karen's dream. So many node trees. As long as they're not managing her. Oh, I don't know what music I was listening to. What was that, 11:59? It's currently 12:30, so that was 31 minutes ago. Wait, we can figure this out. 31 minutes ago, what were we listening to? 31 minutes ago. Currently we're a minute and a half into this. Oh, I need a calculator. It's calculator time. Wait, how am I gonna calculate time? A minute and a half, Jesus. 1.5 plus the last song, which is 3:30, so 3.5 plus, I ain't playing, we're gonna figure this out. 31 back 309 plus 3 back. I used to have a song command and I regret that I haven't put it back. So this is my apology. Plus 2.5 plus 2 plus 3.5 plus 3
We're getting there. Plus 2.5. I hope I'm doing my numbers right. Does the 0.5 actually make sense? I don't know. Plus 7. Okay, we're getting warm. We must be near it. So it's either this song or probably this one. Plus 2. You tell me, Adorkable. Was it this song? This song? Or this one? That one? The sitar one? Let's go. Math, baby. Oh, there's a cat. At long last, a cat has joined us today. It is a delight to have you here with us. You are a good cat. Let's put the cat here. So all of these are by Rag Charukeshi. There's one fat cat. You ain't seen nothing yet. Rag Charukeshi is the artist. Name, and then you could find the songs. That one in particular was Droot Teental, and there's some other ones, of course. There you go, Adorkable. Whew. Gotta get that song command back. It's been too long. Too long, I say. Too powerful for the F. Reminded you of the Beatles. Pretty sure it was tabla. Oh. I didn't know. Wait, what's a tabla? What is a tabla? Versus a sitar. Oh, it's a drum.
Perfect.
I think we probably not an AI image. You probably know the difference between the sounds. I think it's both. Sounds like it's both. But there was some serious hand drum going on for sure. Adorkable says, I was waiting for overtime to ask, is this like the fabled co-working that helps ADHD that I've very belatedly heard about? Like, education in my childhood wasn't exactly neurospicy friendly, so I'm learning. Is streaming actually helpful? Yes. 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 Like, for me, so here's the idea. Intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. When one has ADHD, it is strongly theorized and backed up by science that extrinsic motivation is much more powerful at helping us get things done than intrinsic. Intrinsic meaning you sit down at your desk and you're like, okay, today I'm gonna learn how to do something new that I really want to learn. Let's do it. All right, I think I'm gonna go do something else. Right? You're trying to muster it from the inside, just complete self-motivation, pure intrinsic, will. Challenging, very challenging for us. Now, what's extrinsic motivation? Well, maybe your boss is like, hey, if you don't learn this coding language, you're gonna be fired. It's like, all right, I gotta learn this or I'm gonna get fired. Extrinsic motivation. So that extrinsic motivation is way, way, way better. That's why often we do really well at work, but then we get home and we can't be motivated. We do well maybe in certain school environments, but that's structure. But if we don't have that structure, things are harder. So when I live stream, I'm literally creating that structure because I gotta show up here. I said, today I'm gonna work on a menu state machine, dang it. That's what I'm doing today. And the only things are chat and the code, right? So take some time for chat, go back to the code. This is all I'm doing. So having to show up here, knowing y'all are here, knowing I have this day that I devote to this has just been friggin' epic in me being able to do literally anything with coding. So yes, for me it is absolutely an extrinsic motivator, and it's the main reason why I'm here, honestly. Super, super helpful. If you don't blank, then you'll be fired is burnout because it's not consensual. Amen. I mean, first of all, yes. I want to be clear that I'm not advocating for threats as a way to be motivated. But it is just like kind of a goofy example. But you're right. I like you. I like you for being thoughtful of people taking care of themselves. A couple weeks ago, Fanny made a spreadsheet, and before bed each day, you make a daily schedule for the next day. Right, and so I did extremes. There's things in between, right? There's shades of gray. That's a great shade of gray. I love that. It's getting something more concrete than just like willing yourself into it. I really like that. Because you're almost like familiarizing yourself. Yes, 50. That's a thing. You're right. 100%. Yeah, you're familiarizing yourself with the task, and maybe you like want to hold yourself accountable. It's like, well, I said that. Speaking of non-consensual, yo, man, it's like you could have made that topic actually interesting and educational and valuable and healthy, and then they just freaking didn't. It could have been. It could have been. I know. Student protesting. No, I don't know about students protesting in India. What's going on? Needs more safe. Like maybe more than 0. It's motivation for some. But yeah, it's like you might be like, oh, okay, I feel ashamed. Like I said I was gonna do this. I want to do it. Yeah, you're just hacking your brain in some way. Trying to hack your brain, you know, with that extrinsic motivation. Streaming just kind of fell into my lap, and it just worked out. I didn't like plan this to be a great motivator. For some it is, for some it's distracting. That's true. Actually, that's a really good point. For some it is distracting. I have noticed that. I've noticed some streamers, and myself. I mean, myself. That's why I set up timers. The timers are like within the last couple months, if that I've been doing the timers. I would say early in my streaming, when there were less people here, it was fine, and I wouldn't get super distracted. But as more people started coming, it was like, oh, this is fun. I love talking to everybody. And I wasn't getting anything done. So now that I have the timers, it's actually back to me being able to get things done. So yeah, you do have to like make it work for you too. But if there's nobody at your stream, but you're devoted to showing up anyway, it can be great. So maybe just suck at it. Don't say things like that. For some, the distraction is exactly what makes it work. Basically, only one way to know is try. Well said, Morph. It's not technically Pomodoro. I looked up Pomodoro, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just too much of a contrarian. I think Rosa said the other day, like, if there's like those certain rules for something, she just doesn't want to do it. Sometimes I do relate to that. But I don't know, it seems like it was like scientifically, or somebody studied it. There was some study, parenthesis,
studies, I don't know, that found that students did better if they followed the exact thing. Research. Okay, 25. 25 students. Not the most comprehensive there. A scoping review. I don't know what a scoping review is. But out of those 25 students, using the Pomodoro technique against 35 students taking self-regulated breaks. Okay, so it was like 50 people. Students taking the self-regulated breaks chose longer study sessions, which was associated with higher fatigue and lower concentration and motivation. The study found no difference between groups in mental effort or task completion. Let me tell you something. That's really interesting. Let me tell you something. Because I would stream, and some of you will remember this, I would stream like 8 to 15 hours on the regular for years. And ever since I brought in this timer, I've been doing like 6 to 8 tops, sometimes less, sometimes like 4 hours. And that's only because of the timer, because with the timer, I stop and I check in with myself. And I'm like, do I feel like doing more coding? That's really interesting. So I actually completely understand that. But it sounds like the Pomodoro people were just less, yeah, exactly, that's it, just less exhausted. But I didn't like how rigid it was. I don't know, it was like, the original technique consists of deciding on the task. Okay, I do that. Setting the timer for 25 minutes. I'm like, 25 minutes? I'm too slow. I can't get anything done in 25 minutes. that is not gonna work for me. So I hated that. Working on the task, taking a short break, 5 to 10 minutes. That is not a break. That is just me being normally distracted. When the timer rings. This repeats until 4 Pomodori are completed. You want me to do 25 minutes at a time? I don't know, man. I'm gonna forget what I was working on and spend 5 to 10 minutes trying to get back into the flow. I can't, that was just not gonna work for me. So yeah, I'm not following, and then so after you do those 4, then you do a long break. Like 25 minutes? That's it? So I don't want to do that. So it's not technically Pomodoro that I'm doing. But I am doing like, you know, a timer. There's a timer. At least. That's not something you should get in trouble for. They should get in trouble for not being accommodating. Hell yeah, Morph. If face feels like an issue, do what I did. VTuber or PingTuber? Yes. Oh, hey, RJ. Oh my gosh, I totally missed RJ. Shout out RJ. I don't know if RJ's even here. Oh my gosh. Monstrous. How could I have missed? Hope you're doing good. Wait, what did I miss from Morphman? Or from Adorkable? Oh, honestly, PDA, pathological demand avoidance, not kissing in public, is a big barrier to me. I think consensual streaming might help, but I need to fix my face first. Oh yeah, pathological demand avoidance. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Seriously, do I freaking relate to that? Oh my gosh. That, and like, is revenge bedtime procrastination a form of pathological demand avoidance? Maybe. I do that a lot too. I squatted on the floor of my kitchen last night playing chess on my phone for like 3 hours.
instead of going to bed. It was like it got light out. It must have been 6 or 7 a.m. And I still was squatting on that floor playing chess. Look, here's what I'll say about 6-7. All right, it's harmless. My generation had much dirtier 2 numbers in the 60s. And I gotta say, I'm not to be a prude, I'm just saying I think it's quite adorable. Adorkable, even. That their number is... that their joke number is just like completely innocent, harmless. Nice. But yeah, fixing your face, true. VTuber, being PingTuber, very true. Or like many others, the classic pre-cam era no-cam stream. Yep. Was my first stream a camera? I don't remember. I think so. I think I cut out my face. It was everything but my face. Not everything. Jesus. It was dishwashing streaming. 23 Skidoo? I streamed my... It was actually... Wow. It was the... Oh, yeah, right. It was helping myself concentrate. I needed to do dishes, so I live streamed myself doing dishes. I forgot about that. 20 years of PHP web development, and yes, neurospiciness has hurt. 7 jobs in that time. Sounds about right. I'm a damn good dev, but I burn out. Yeah. Sounds like you have like a really good mindset about it, which is good. A scientist was kidnapped. Students put forth their demands. Oh, the police did what police do, unfortunately, horrifyingly. Wow. This was the first week that I haven't read the news. Normally on Mondays, I'm like, all right, news day. And I'm just like scrolling in the feed. But I didn't do it this week. But you know what? When the news is big enough, I find it finds you. Yeah, that sounds awful. Thank you for like saying something, and also, you know, it's good to remember. It's good to remember that we don't have to always take in all of the stuff that the feed gives us. The news tells us. It's good to know what's going on and pay attention, but also, you know, if you feel like stepping away from it for a bit, taking your mind off of it, that's okay too. But I'll have to read into it a little bit. Students are fed up with the education minister because under him a lot of papers have been leaked. Books have been printed in the right quantity. Wow. Hunger strike, that's serious. Oh my goodness. My cat was better. Sod is happy how your game is coming along. Let's go. It has an NPC system where you command NPCs. Not only that, but they kind of reply back to your commands. Wow. I can't wait to try it, son. We back. I don't know why it's been happening lately. We're supposed to have gotten good internet now. We're supposed to have the good internet. But something changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I'm sorry to hear that. That's traumatic. That's traumatic, and you obviously didn't deserve that. The only good thing that came from that job was me finding out I'm autistic. Wow. I would start legal process and stuff, but honestly don't want to interact with them again. Also, the 2 managers that fired me got fired a few months later. Yeah, I mean, we only got so many spoons after all, right? Sod. What is happening? What is happening? Stop dropping! Stop dropping and keep rolling! I have a second internet we can switch to if we have to. If it happens again, I'll switch internets while it's... I got the second internet right here. I just unplug the other one and plug this in, and we'll have stability. That's why I keep 2 internets around. Cable! But I don't know, this hasn't happened in a while. Maybe there's solar flares. That's usually what it is. You've heard of one internet. But what about second internet? Is your favorite floppy object? Get out of here. But yeah, having the spoons to not having the spoons to sue your former employer is understandable. Heavy rain falling here. That could be nice. The entire reason to be an employee is to support your family, so invert dependencies already. Amen. Employees are providing a service for the company. The company should want the employee to want to be there. Like, have you ever seen anyone in a store abuse the staff and walk out with a good deal? No. Shout out to the little old Asian lady. Ready Player 1 and 2 are narrated by Will Wheaton. The narration is awesome. Anyone who might think about being nostalgic about the late 1900s would enjoy RP1. The late 1900s? You mean the 90s? Did you just call the 90s the late 1900s? Are you allowed to do that? I'd say I gotta sit down, but I am sitting down. I'll slime that guy out of chat. Oh, right, not just the 90s. Yeah, right, the 80s, the 70s. Holy crap, that is what it is. Wow, that's so weird. I just had to dissociate about that for a second. I'm not one to be like, I'm not like, oh, I'm getting old, it sucks. I'm like, I think being old is cool, but it is, but like my inner framework of how time works was definitely in need of a calibration there. You learn far too much about cars from your ex that now just sits in my brain and I don't drive. Oh, that was so nice of you to like listen to them special interest about cars though. You never know. Hey, maybe one day you're gonna be in a car with somebody and it breaks down and you'll know how to change the tire. No? Maybe not. You know we got autistic people up in here. Someone's just like, I really like this. This is really cool. And then someone else is just like, I hear it's bad. It's bad. Just like that flat affect. That just like blunt. Like I'm just stating it. I'm not attacking you. I'm not saying anything about you. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying. I love you guys. The relationship growth is shallow and disappointing. In both Ready Player 1 and 2, the girl isn't a person, she's a prize. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that drives me nuts. One of my least favorite tropes. If anyone attacks SpongeBob, I'll ban you, report you, and have you arrested. Corporate question 27. If a person falls, do you help them? That's some... I did it! I switched the internets. I switched them! It took a little longer because I switched them. You're not gonna ruin my fun. We're trying to have fun. Excuse me. I switched them. I can't even... Look. Here's the other cable. I switched them. I will say the other one looks bad. It's not good. It's not looking good. It's a very weak connection. I should probably just wrap up and get out of here at this point, actually. It's not great. Look, I'm sorry I missed all you guys' messages. I know you said a bunch of stuff, but the internet is not working with me right now. So we're just going to wrap it up quick. And hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts. Hopefully we kept up with enough. Oh wait, the internet got better. Wait, it got better. I think we caught up though. Let me know. If there's something really important, just let me know. And I'll find a raid target. That hasn't happened in a long time. We've had really good internet lately, so I'm just gonna call it a fluke. It's actually good now. The internet's fine now. It came back. We're good. But still. Wait, did you say something, Vinge? If you can just tell me if you did, whoever you are, and I can scroll at your specific thing. I'm at soup? What do you mean you're at soup? It's funny that meme actually became popular. Wait, what are we talking about? What am I talking about? You blame that Fanny Slam person? That's not fair, is it? Any Tales Crycom steamed cocoa. We got steamed cocoa, and our steamed cocoa doing dev? I think we have our raid target. Steam Cocoa could be maybe some inspiration for you. You don't have to show your face. Oh, they're playing a game. They're playing Power World. I don't think they're doing game dev, y'all. I think they're just playing Power World. I mean, that could be fun. Just going out with someone playing Power World. That is only... I think their title might be wrong. Maybe they're taking a break. It's good to take breaks. It's good to take breaks. But let's see what they're saying they're doing on Twitch. On Twitch, they say... They're playing Power World. No, they're just playing Power World. Well, you know what? We can always go different places too. Maybe we go different places. Let's go different places. Let's fracture everybody. YouTube, we're gonna send you one place. Still a dev, just not deving right this moment. That's true. I don't know, what do y'all think? Do y'all have a preference? Do you wanna go hang out with someone who's not doing dev? Someone who is doing dev, or you literally just don't care?
You just like don't care. Like let's just go where we go. Adorkable is open. No, Steamed Cocoa is cool. You know, is Steamed Cocoa like magnificently representative of like a hyper game dev? Maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. I'll find somewhere if I want to. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. We can raid. We could raid Adam, technically. Wait, is he not live on? Oh, he is live. We could raid Adam Sionis. Technically, how long has he been live? I mean, we're definitely punching above our weight class here, but he's been live an hour and a half. And we can raid on both platforms. I say we do it. That way everyone could go to the same place. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, be lurk raiding. We doing a lurk raid. Alright, here we go. How do you spell his name here? Okay. We're doing it! There is a raid message that you can optionally paste, copy and paste. And so it's nice to let people know that we're on the 2 different platforms. That can be nice. We're punching way above our weight class today, folks. Way above our weight class. But you know what? I just want to send y'all somewhere that you want to be. And I think this could be nice. So there's the raid message. Copy paste it if you want. Well, it was my pleasure. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for being here. I got some work done. I did some things. Okay. I got some menu stuff. Look at this. We're pressing continue. We're doing the things. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Thank you for being a great mod and all that. Copy paste that message if you would like. As we go and get to Adam's stream. And hopefully I see you there. I'll be back on Friday. Hopefully I'll get that cool menu I want made by then. We'll see. We shall see. Copy it. Copy that message. Copy that message. Go ahead, paste it. You can do it. And then YouTube, it will take you there if you have autoplay. You might not, and then you might have to like do something extra. Press a little button. Goodbye, YouTube.